Welcome to Boxing Fans Talk TV. I'm your host TDT, and you can refer to me as Miss T. Y'all see the thumbnail? We're gonna get into it because at this point it needs to be gotten into. I said Clarissa Shields needs to cut it out with all this trash talking aimed at Keith Thurman because of a lot of reasons. But we're gonna get into that and some other things. But y'all know the drill. First, let's turn to welcome back. Welcome back to Boxing Fans Talk TV. I'm your host, TDT. Y'all see the thumbnail. We're going to get into some Clarissa Shields mess. But before we do that, y'all know what I do at the top of my hour. It's a water check, water check, water check. Now, today, in the last 3 or 4 days, I've really been reaching my mark. I have my good days, bad days. Here at Boxing Fans Talk TV, we advocate that everybody should shoot for at least 100 ounces of water. We also say that 2023 and beyond, nobody, and I mean absolutely nobody, should be dehydrated. And I also, me personally, dispel this notion that you shouldn't give babies water because I know that's a thing nowadays, so I speak on it. Any living thing needs water. Water is a life sustainer. It's an important, integral part of a living organism. And even plants need water. So, amongst sunlight, these are sustainables. I call them sustainables. They're not living things, but they're sustainables. So we say you should drink your water, right? I tell you the tricks of the trade, or how I trick my mind to get my gander up on the water. For a long time I was drinking I would buy them 16-ounce bottles of water by the caseload. And I noticed, I drink half of it and leave the other half sitting around. I'll be thinking to myself, I'll get back to it. But I never do. And then I don't want to drink because it's been sitting out there. It's warm and shit. And. But hey, it's a different kind of warm too than other before. If you set it on the counter and you never open it, I can drink that water that's warm. But like drinking the water and then coming back to it and it's warm, I can't do it. I don't know what the fuck. See, this is all mental, right? So I said, okay, let me buy me some 8-ounce bottles of water. And I like spring water, by the way. So I drink that. And the good thing about the 8-ounce, I can drink that in the gulp. As I told you, if I'm drinking the 16.9-ounce bottles, I'm drinking half of that. So that's 8 ounces right there. So the 8-ounce bottles, I drink it and complete it. So I don't feel like I was wasting my water. I spend a lot of time in my room when I'm in the house. I'm upstairs in my room. And that came from me having a bunch of kids up in my house. And I wanted to get away from them. So, because I didn't used to be this way. I used to be all over my house. But when my kids had company and whatever, which they did a lot, I would just retreat back to my room and stay up there. Let them have the house. They knew what to do and what not to do. And so, and my room is pretty big. So, I put things in it like a mini fridge, stack my mini fridge up with 8-ounce bottles of water. And then I said, okay, uh, it was getting to break up the monotony, so to speak. I went and got a water cooler, and I put 5-ounce cups of water, cups on top of the water cooler. And so when I would go to the water cooler and I fill it up, because my water cooler can dispense cold, cool, or hot water, but I fill it up and then I drink it, and it didn't take long, like a one little gulp, boom, or two gulps, boom, and I'm done. And then I was like, before I could walk away, I want another one, boom. That's 10 ounces. Then I'd be like, no, give me a third one, boom. And just in less than 5 minutes, I done drunk a whole 16-ounce bottle. But then hand me a 16-ounce bottle, I couldn't. It's kind of the same concept. If you got little kids out there and you're just starting out, you got grandkids or whatever, you fill the plate up in the middle of the plate with all the food that you're trying to get them, because ain't nothing worse than trying to feed the child and they don't eat. That's the worst feeling in the world. So you fill it up in the middle, and then they're gonna eat all of it. Because apparently giving people stuff in bulk can be intimidating, and you don't even know you got that affliction until you pay attention. But you can go your whole life having that affliction and not know. So some people be like that with the water. I'm like that with the water. So I do that, and I just do whatever I got to do to make sure I get my water on. I like my water ice cold, so I go now. I buy Sonic bags of ice, a little ball ice that you can crush, and then I got these big Ziploc freezer bags because that whole big bag cannot fit in my mini fridge. And I'll transfer the ice into the Ziploc bags, put those in my mini freezer, and then every time I go to get some water, I fill the cup up with water, and I got like a Wawa bottle now, 32 ounce. I fill that joint up to the top, and I fill it up with water, and I just sip, 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 sip. Before I know it, I done drunk like 3 bottles, 3 cans of that. Filling that bottle up 3 times or 4 times, really more than that. But I'm just saying, in no matter of time, I'm drinking all this water. And that's how you build your tolerance up for water. You got to trick your mind sometimes. But do try to build your tolerance up. And if you're not a water drinker, then 2 times a day you must drink water. And that's first thing in the morning. Think of your body as an engine, and the water is the lube. Get your water on, and just have it sitting on the nightstand ready to go when you first wake up. Second time is at night when you get out the shower, throwing on your PJs. You're going to go back to your bed. You're probably going to look at a program or two. That's when you drink your other 8-ounce bottle of water. The American Heart Association agrees that it's during that time you should drink water before you go into your deep sleep for the night. And I mean deep sleep, not no cat naps. But a lot of work is being done in a deep sleep. This is why the average person burns between 900 to 1,000 calories at night in their sleep. There's a lot of reads going on: rebooting, revamping, recharging, redirecting, recreating, rehealing, recuperating. I'm thinking incorporating, recouping. I messed that one up, but you know what I mean. You got a lot of reads going on, and that's a lot of work being done. And the beautiful thing about the human body, we don't feel none of that shit. You do more work in your sleep than you do all day of getting up, going to work, running behind your kids, going shopping, running errands, whatever the hell, going to the gym, whatever. You do more work in a deep sleep than you ever will when you up or whatever. So and there you have it. And so to me, drink your water, drink your water. And plus, you dehydrated when your lips are chapped. That's a sign of dehydration. Throat is always dry. That's a sign of dehydration. Your skin kind of looking vague, or not fatigue, but like vague. How do I say this? Your color hasn't changed, but it looks weird. I it just look weird. It ain't lustery and shiny and all that stuff. That's when you know you need to drink some water. And like I said, in 2023 and beyond, nobody should be saying that they dehydrated. So drink your water up, please. Now that we got that out the way, let's do a little light housekeeping. Please hit the like, share, and subscribe button if you've already subscribed. Don't worry about that. Don't hit that button. Don't touch that dial. I already got you. We locked in. We good. But every time you come in, please hit the like and share button. And if you have a comment, statement, or question, please leave it when you're watching the replay or whatever. Or you can email me at boxingfanstalk@gmail.com. That's boxingfanstalk@gmail.com. I get back with you. We have nice little back and forths, even when we don't disagree. And y'all gotta admit it. Some of y'all gotta admit it, because I talk to some of y'all all the time. But you have that, and then okay, of course you see my Boxing Fans Talk TV Cash App. For some reason, YouTube is doing me dirty, and I have to say that because I have almost reached the requirement long time ago, and they're just not counting my views. They're not counting my views or anything. As far as subscribers, sometimes they be counting. Sometimes, like, I go through this where I'll move up and then they take away, and I don't know what that is. I have written to them and everything. I got to the point where I say I can't care. So I don't know if I'll ever be monetized, but shit, within my first year, I was almost at 4,000 watch hours. I'm at 2 years now. Y'all gotta know I've got the watch views or whatever. I have done show after show just in this year alone, and it counts it everywhere else, but it don't move the dial in the area that it should. It's staying at the same number, and I couldn't tell you why. So I did write to them and try to get that straight. So all I have is the Cash App, and I know some people would prefer the the super chats and all that stuff. But that's the reason why I'm stuck where I'm at. I couldn't tell you. I don't know if it's a conspiracy to hold the sister down. I don't know, but it is what it is. So I'm gonna let me play General Big Fish. You in the building? I see you, King. You bright and early. I was like, yo, I got a good subject tonight. So I'm gonna get into it because I think, it's time this shit need to be addressed. And I know, so I'm trying to give people time to get in because I don't want to have to go back from the beginning or whatever. And when I drop the link, you guys feel free to say something. You're not gonna hurt my feelings or whatever, but this shit gotta get addressed. But let me play y'all my little video, and some of y'all ain't participating when it bought a shirt from AskMeT51.com. I see you, but here we go. I thought that was cute. I'll play that throughout, my monologue and everything. But here I want to give. Let's get into the topic, okay? So, like most of y'all guys, I gotta tread lightly on this topic too. Um, there's a reason why if you ever wondered, like Miss T, you're a female in this boxing community. You never really talk about the females. Do you support female boxing? I do. Just to let you know, if you was ever wondering, I do have some of them I'm fans of, and I like to watch them fight or whatever. I like boxing, period. It don't matter to me your gender, so I like boxing, period. But there's a reason why sometimes I don't get into it, because female boxing is and I don't want to keep calling it female boxing, but women's boxing or whatever is struggling. As always, as women always struggle. We always the last one to get on. You know what I'm saying? You can go back in history and look at like voting and stuff like that. We was the last ones to get on, but nevertheless, it's struggling. And you don't want to be that person that's setting it back or setting it backwards. Now, this situation I'm gonna talk about with her, with Clarissa Shields, talking trash to Keith Thurman, it needs to be addressed. It needs to be checked. Enough is enough. But I think if anybody gonna check them or check her, it will be another female. It has to be. That's what you would think. Because men, you gotta choose your words carefully and this, that, and the other. But so do the females. Because again, she is a great talent. You don't wanna say nothing that set it back. And that's how precarious that whole situation is. You could get to talking about something. Noah GX, the only son, is in the building. What's Papa King? He said, salute, Queen. You don't want to get to talk about something, and then the whole community of women's boxing suffer. And that's possible, because the barriers are already there, and they're trying to, as Hillary Clinton say, crack that glass ceiling and open up the floodgates, right? So I'm going to highlight somebody. And y'all never really hear me talk about other YouTube content creators unless I know them really well by name, And 78 TV Sports, I do not know this guy by name. I've been on his show like 2 or 3 years ago, like in the chat. One time, I think me and him went, I said something, he responded or whatever, and it was a friendly rapport. But I got to give this man props. If any man want to know how to address the classic battle of women versus men or men versus women, refer to 78 TV Sports. He said it better and more classier than I could say. And you know what? I know even in how he approached it, he spoke the truth. He said the facts, and he had restraint. He had some restraint with him. And I could see that. A lot of guys have restraint by not even talking about it or treading very carefully on what they're saying. But we are all, women and men, thinking the same thing. So I want to say shout outs to him. And you know how people say like, share, and subscribe, and that share part. I'm actually going to share one of his things, not here on the computer, but like I'm going to share the sound of what he was saying, and I'm gonna pause and all that and talk about like what I think he was saying or what the whoop the whoop. I also want to give a shout out to all the men in the YouTube boxing community for your restraint, because I'm surprised that a lot of dudes have not jumped on this by now. In my day, there would have been no hesitation. So change has come. In my day, a nigga was quick to tell you, bitch, get up in your place. Get all out of our face, whoop de woo. But nowadays, not so much. The last thing a woman want to hear is she got a place. We don't want to hear that shit. And depending on how a man talk, let me tell y'all, crisis or not, need to be addressed or not, depending on how y'all speak, women are always evaluating and assessing shit. Like there's some guys, I ain't even gonna call this dude name. He used to be on Fred's show, he used to be on Kyle's show. Every time we talked about a situation, they talked about Javante Davis situation when he got in trouble last with the domestic thing. And you hear him talk. I know I ain't the only one. I've talked to other women. And they was like, he sound like he beat up women. And he was just regurgitating or saying whatever, you know what I'm saying? And I was like, he sound like a woman beater. And I'm sure that's not what he was trying to convey, because he was talking about a situation. But he sound like a motherfucking woman beater. So y'all guys got to be careful how y'all address the situation. Hey, there go my sis, Destiny Black. She said, hey, big sis in chat, you know what's going on. ATL Unanimous Boxing, Queen T, salute to you. Y'all, I'm going to talk about this tricky situation. I'm going to try to be nice and fair, but enough is enough. And again, I never really talked about Clarissa Shields because I would have to address some of the shit that bends my ear. That is a term my mom used a lot. So, and it's a, I think it's a more polite way of saying, you know, you getting on my motherfucking nerves, or, you know, you talking nonsense, you killing my ears. You know what I'm saying? So it bends my ears. So because, and I try to be truthful, so I just I couldn't cover her. Because I was like, she gonna say something, or she gonna do something, and I'm gonna have to address it. And I don't want to do that because I don't want to set, you know, shit way back, you know, more than, or do damage to women boxing as a whole. Because she is the face of women boxing. She is the GOAT, she's the top, whatever. And we give her props. I knew she was gonna be trouble way back when she became a pro. Why did I know that? Because look how she talked to Layla Ali. Layla Ali is retired. Layla Ali ain't boxing no more. But Layla Ali said something. If that money right, Layla there all night. And I thought that was cute. I thought that was cute how she said that. Because Clarissa was challenging her. This lady had retired way before you became a pro boxer. And she wasn't talking about, I want to fight you and all this shit. You know, Clarissa not understanding that, you know, you're young, you're in your time. They were young, they were in their time. Let it go. Like, she was so up on herself. But I chalked, you know what I chalked it up to? I said, she's young. Y'all, she's young. She's a baby. She's young. That's why she don't know how to talk to her elders with respect. And that's how I saw it. And I'm saying it as nice as I can say it. But I remember that time. I was like, man, you're so disrespectful to Layla Ali. And not caking for Layla. I was like, isn't there a better way to convey what you're trying to say? But, you know, shout outs to Layla Ali for taking that and being a bigger person and turning the other cheek and realizing she's just a baby. She was just a baby. But how long do you get, oh, you just a baby status? You don't get that very long. We don't do that to the men. And if I'm going to criticize the hell out of the Charlos for their bad behavior and how they talk, then why am I not doing that for Clarissa Shields? You know? Destiny said Ali started that issue with Clarissa, though. I don't think so. I don't remember that. I don't think nobody started nothing. You can toot your own horn and you shouldn't be offensive. Like if I stand up here and say I'm the best YouTuber in the world, it may be true, it may be not true. I don't think it's true, so I wouldn't say it. But if I thought it and I said it, how am I hurting somebody? I hear people say it all the time. You know, Champside say it all the time. He the best, but is he the best? Who took a tally? Who did a survey? I don't know, but I'm not finna tell this man he not. stuff like that. So if that was the beef, I don't agree. Uh Destiny said y'all smashed the like button for my big sis, and she said she did on Twitter. When I drop the link, Destiny, you tell us all about it. But let me get through this monologue. Now, when I saw her do all that and Layla was, trying to maintain her composure, this is what I said back then. I said she arrogant, she conceited, she has a big bravado, and she's very egotistical. She kind of out of this world with all those attributes. Now, you will hear me say that any boxer, anybody in combat sports, got to have some arrogance. They got to be a little conceited. They got to have bravado, and they're gonna have an ego. It's quite naturally to have all these attributes, but you got to find a happy medium. You got to have a balance. That's where the maturity comes in, and sometimes you give these young boxers a pass because they're young. Maturity comes with age and experience. So you give them a little pass or whatever. Okay. Uh, Plus, another thing Clarissa does, she tells the world what she is or what is her status. And the great ones, and this is just my opinion, I ain't knocking the change. I ain't never stood up and say, you can't do that, Clarissa, but I can't help but go by what I've seen all my life, and I'm a little bit older than most of y'all. In my day, and coming forward, the people who were great were told that they were the great. I can't tell me I'm the great. Y'all have to tell me I'm the great. Of course I'm gonna say I'm the great. Of course my mama gonna say I'm the great. Okay, that's bias built in. That's how it looks. But if the world be like, dang, T is the bomb.com, T is the great, whoop de woo, then hey, it must be something. It must be more than just me saying it and being arrogant and conceited. The world seeing that. You know what I'm saying? So that's another thing that she does. She tells people, and hey, I didn't knock that. Although that was contrary or weird to me, because that's not how things were done in my generation, and most of us are of our generation. So let's say that first. When we judge in boxing matches, we always say a puncher have a chance, right? So why does that logic go out the window when she's talking about Keith Thurman? That I don't know. Where did that logic go to? She swear up and down she can beat this man. But the logic is out the window, as if this nigga can't hit her one good time and ruin everything. Shut her whole career down for life. Put her in the hospital, put her in the coma. Are you serious, Clarissa? You know what I'm saying? We all know growing up that boys and girls are even Steven until puberty. How many of us girls that got to puberty and seemed like we got weaker, but stronger in the inside, but weaker on the outside? But it wasn't that we got weaker; they just got stronger. It is what it is. Now, like I said, I'm the last person. Anybody who know me would tell you they always call me a feminist or whatever, and I never was. I don't think I was, and if I am, then so be it. I ain't ashamed to embrace that. But I am the last person that be talking about putting me in my place or tell me I can't do something or whatever, or that ain't what girls do. Nigga, I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. You know what I'm saying? Our money is in the building. He said, Miss T, what's up? Let me tell you, when I was growing up, you wore shoes. You only put on tennis shoes and hence tennis shoes, which I'll say sneakers. You only put on tennis shoes when you actually going to go out and do something physical. But other than that, we dressed up everywhere we went. But back then, I was fine with wearing t-shirts and jeans. And you know, the females, we don't even wear jeans that much no more. We wear leggings and shit. But I was very much fine with throwing on the t-shirt and hitting them streets or whatever, going to school. But that was not practical when I went to school. We wore button-down shirts, little sweater vests. We did not, and it ain't like we was bougie, and that was how you dressed. Dresses with or skirts with slips and stockings. I hated motherfucking stockings. Clarissa Shields, you are not fighting a battle alone. in the fairness or equality that you're trying to achieve, we have all been doing this. I'm before my time. I always thought it was stupid to wear stockings. Look at bitches now. But when I was saying it back in the 70s and the 80s, motherfuckers looked at me like I'm crazy. But look at bitches now. Who the fuck wearing stockings? I don't even see them in the store like you used to. Who the fuck wearing slips? Now, Deion Cole said it best: a slip for the young folks was curtains to the pussy. It was curtains to the pussy and the booty. I was one of them people. I didn't want to wear a slip. That's something extra to put on. But when I was saying that shit, I got a lot of pushback. Bitch, girl, this is all part of being a girl and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, it's not practical. It's stupid. And look at us today. Everything I was about back then is how it is today. You think I'm one person that changed that? Or I'm one of many people that changed that? So yes, change comes slow. We get what you're trying to do, Clarissa. And also, I do want to mention before I start playing 78 is that there is a difference. It's about six of them girls, and they round robin all the time. They fighting each other, same people. Versus when you look at each division, a weight division in male boxing, there's hundreds of them. There's a difference when you only got to fight the same six girls versus hundreds of people you can fight. It don't take away or diminish your achievements, but there is a difference. Okay? While you say, I'm the GOAT. Yeah, you fighting 3 and 4 people. You telling us you the GOAT. We ain't tell you was GOAT. She dubbed herself as the GOAT. We didn't tell her she was the GOAT. But now we all just go along with it because she backs the shit up. She is winning. Whether it's 6 people, she is the top dog. But this going after Keith Thurman, he hasn't said nothing to you. He haven't done nothing to you. I don't know. And the one part I don't know is what could have happened behind closed doors. Did he say something disparaging against her or anything? Like, did he put her down or anything where she feel like, I gotta get this nigga? I don't know what crawled up her ass about Keith Thurman, but you bashing him and he hasn't done nothing to you. And we all know where Keith fell from grace from is the whole back and forth with him and what's his name? Earl Spence. Earl Spence inadvertently or on purpose dethroned or dismantled Keith Thurman and all his status. Sometime Keith Thurman, all this, all that shit Earl used to say. And because everybody back Earl and follow him into any rabbit hole he would jump in, now of a sudden they don't like Keith Thurman. Keith Thurman lost one fight, and if you're gonna lose to somebody, Floyd or Pacquiao, somebody like that, hey, that's a good person to lose to. And it was I think it was a split decision. Y'all correct me if I'm wrong. So Keith Thurman was called one time for a reason. His reputation got fucked up. He went into some injuries. He wound up falling in love, got married or whatever. All of that was destined to happen for him. He's a father of 2 beautiful kids now. He's married or whatever. If he didn't go the course he went to, he wouldn't have what he have today. But because he fell off and he was injured and took all this time, he became the bad guy. But look what Smith's done. They all go through it. But for Keith, oh, bad on you. So everybody took their little shots at Keith over these years. I'm going to tell you right now, the shit that he had to endure with all the disparaging remarks and the people putting him down and this, that, and the other, Clarissa couldn't handle that. Clarissa could not handle what Bud has gone through for 5 fucking years. Both him and Keith. 5 fucking years of constantly being badgered, put down, smeared, shitted on, all that good stuff. She couldn't handle that. She got her own issues that men don't have to worry about, true enough. But she could not handle what they was going through. But she's sitting up here joining the bandwagon and want to put this man down. And I be like, I waited and waited and waited and said, why? First, nobody needs to remind all of us there's a difference between men and women. You can never say an absolute, but in general, ain't no woman beat no man's ass. Point blank, motherfucker, period. Point blank, period. Okay? Keith Thurman is not some dude off the street with no training. The motherfucker is a world-renowned boxer, ex-champion. But once a champion, always a champion. He was the creme de la creme, the top head honcho, the HNIC at the welterweight division at one point in time for a reason. So you ain't talking about no slouch. He got skills. You got skills. Now, the big difference is he's a man, you're a woman. He will fuck your ass completely the fuck up. I believe that. I ain't the only one that believe that. And the problem is, I think Clarissa really do believe what the fuck she talking about. You cannot sell to me that Keith don't have no skills. I don't know why Keith didn't fight Spence, but I'm gonna tell you right here, if he was to ever fight Spence, the young Keith, the don't duck me, son, don't duck me, that Keith, I think he could have beat Spence. You know, the injured Keith, the Keith that ain't sure himself, I don't know. Because you have to have that belief in your head that you can do something. But that old school Keith and Errol Spence, I believe Keith would have won. Because the problem that Earl got is the same thing we said about him and Terrence Crawford. It wasn't all this other stuff people want to throw in. He was Drake drained. He was this, he was that. It was a skill gap. It was a skill gap, and that's why Terrence beat his ass, because he lacked Earl Spence lacked the skills to compete with Terrence Crawford. And between Earl Spence and Keith Thurman, I think Keith Thurman is more skillful. Cut Creator 1 is in the building. What's popping, King? Said hit that like button. Indeed. So she's badgering the dude. So then he said he finally speaks to it. Because how many times you gonna keep ignoring it? I didn't even know it was going on this long, but it's probably I didn't know because Keith was ignoring it. A lot of men was trying to just ignore it. You know, this is one area where you got a lot of people that don't like Keith no more. But I think men and women can rally around and see Keith's point of view more so than hers. Keith hasn't done nothing to her for her to approach him like this. I'll tell you what, won't y'all do a makeshift boxing match in private? Don't tape it. And let certain notables be around so you have witnesses, but don't tape it. And go skill for skill. And he gonna beat the fuck out of her. But this is one of them, it's a lose-lose. So shout outs to Keith Thurman. If you listening, I salute you because you ignored it. And that's the best thing you could do. You can't, it's lose-lose for you. No matter how you do it. You can't even do the charity. Don't even do the charity because it's lose-lose. Once something get in somebody's head, you can't take it back. That's why I say shout out to 78 TV Sports, because he explained this shit way better than a lot of people could do. So I have to give him props. DeMar James, welcome to the building. What's Papa King said? Damn, it feel good to hear somebody talking about something other than Bud and Errol. You know, I always go back to that, DeMar. That's the hot ticket. Other than we gonna roast them fucking Earl sexuals until we get tired. But this has to be addressed. This really do. And sometimes you can feel that the women is our place to address it. Men can address it as well, but do they know how? Let me show y'all how you do it if you're a dude by playing some of 78 stuff. And I'm going to put up on the screen. This content is in mine, is used for educational purposes. 78 TV Sports and other people channels, especially me, we say share, like and share. So I'm sharing. So 78 TV Sports, thank you for your commentary on this. You did an excellent job. Let me exalt you. Let me put you up there. You handle it with class. You handle it in a way that you were not offensive to women. And y'all men, y'all need to think about that. You know what I'm saying? You handle that with real grace. Destiny said, Damar, I have mixed emotions about that fight. And Damar said, wanted to hear a woman speak on this. Great content as always. Water check. Indeed. JH is in the building. What's Papa King said, salute, Miss T. And chat. Destiny said, hey, JH. So I'm going to play it, y'all. This ain't my content. But shout outs to 78, man. You did an excellent job. But listen.
For the event, he arguing on the plane ride home, wearing the same shirt, arguing with people on the plane, somebody recording him. Like, come on, Keith, bro. What's going on, bro? I mean, seriously, bro. You out here looking bad, bro, for real, man. You got girls calling you out to fight, man. I don't know what it is about Keith, man, but everybody trying this dude, bro. And it's starting to irritate me a little bit, you know what I'm saying? I mean, Keith Thurman is irritating, bro. But come on, bro. This is a professional fighter, former unified welterweight champion of the world. And everybody looking at this dude like it's sweet. Clarissa Shields was doing an interview with Savannah Marshall, right? To promote her MMA thing or whatever, right? And this is what she had to say. Okay, I'm going to play it.
Yeah, here you go. Here you go.
Just listen to the delusions.
Oh, shit. Then I would get a commercial, but before that, he was talking about he was looking for things about Keith Thurman, and here you go.
She said he can beat you with one hand, and he can wear bigger gloves, and I can wear headgear. It's like, dude, stop. You walk around at 150 pounds. You're not that great of a boxer.
I gotta stop her right there. She said, I don't know what's the problem with men and men in general. They walk around with egos and all. Girl, you got the biggest ego ever. You got the biggest, you conceited as hell. Then she goes on to talk about he walk around at 100 and shit. 78 responded to that real good. I'm gonna let you hear. But I was sitting there thinking the same thing 78 was thinking. Like, what the fuck you mean, bitch? He walking around. I'm sorry, I called him bitch, but I'm like, it came out like that. Like, what you mean? He walking around. Who cares? I weigh more than most of my boyfriends. Guess what? And I'm not bigger than them. So most guys I like anyway, tall and, you know, medium build or slender. Okay, but still, you know, shit. A dude 5'4" will put feet and paws on me. You know what I'm saying? I'm a tall person. Come on, Clarissa. Y'all listen.
Not a world champ. Just tread lightly, because I will get in there and I will fight him with both hands.
Tread lightly.
He said he wants to go for charity, but who knows if he's all these guys talk, but when you go to contract tell them and they get to mention the money, these guys are growing up.
So I'm gonna play all the video. This is on All Out Fighting. You know, make sure y'all go check out the interview. But whatever, you know, this is just sad that Clarissa Shields is out here. Listen, when she's been calling out Keith Thurman for years now, Keith Thurman has done the right thing by ignoring her. Finally, Keith Thurman gets cornered. The media asks Keith Thurman, "Hey, Clarissa Shields called you out." He said, "Yeah, I seen it. I don't know why she keeps, calling me out.
Exactly.
Why she's targeting me. I don't know. But for me to do something like that, it would have to be for charity. She would have to wear hair gear, and maybe I'll just use one hand or something. He's saying this out of respect.
Now, I got to stop right there. Keith Thurman did respond that way. She took it as a negative. And I'm going to pause and all that as to not get, copyright or whatever. I don't know. But, hey, I'm telling YouTube, y'all say share. Those guys say share, so I'm sharing. But she was like, he not that great of a fighter anyway. When, Clarissa? When was he not that great of a fighter? This dude used to be the top of the welterweight division. When was he not that great of a fighter? He don't weigh much. Girl, you weigh a little bit more than him by design. By the way what your body is designed to do. I don't care. You can take the smallest woman in the world and she's going to carry around fat because we are designed to carry children. I ain't saying a woman has to carry children. I'm not getting into that discussion. I'm saying what we are designed to do. So you're going to have fat. You can't get as small as far as body fat as a man would because we're not designed to be like that. We're designed to carry children. You don't have to. Again, to the women, shout outs to the women who don't want to carry children or don't want to be mothers, and no problem. Not saying it as a negative, but I'm just looking at reality. So for you to say he's smaller than me, I didn't know what that meant. And then he can't fight anyway. Like he don't got a skill. Bitch, what is you talking about? And then here we go. I'm gonna go ahead and play the rest because it's probably like a total of like 8 minutes of shit I want to play. But I'm gonna pause so I don't, whatever. And you'll hear me saying over whatever they talk. Because again, I don't want to be copyrighted.
Because she's a lady, even though she's not carrying herself like a lady at the moment. You know what I'm saying? But she takes that as an insult. Clarissa Shields really thinks she that dude. She thinks she that dude. That's the problem, but you're not. You're a lady. See what I'm saying? I know you played football. You built tree houses with the boys. You went in, threw frogs on each other and all that. But you are a girl, Clarissa. I've said this in every video I've done about this. Being the quote should matter to you. That should mean something, but it's not enough for her, bro. It's not. Clarissa will not rest until she can pee standing up. Okay?
Now, hold on. That shit was funny. I know y'all laughing. 78 got a way of saying some comical shit. He said she would not rest until she can pee standing up. Newsflash, girls, we always can pee standing up. Y'all guys just don't know that. Every girl that been in the shower, you know what I'm talking about. But anywho, he was trying to be nice when he offered the charity thing, and I'll tell because it's lose. I'm sure in the back of his mind, he, like any other man, was like, man, let me beat this bitch ass. She need to shut the fuck up. But he know it was lose for him. You're messing up your brand. But Clarissa, you're messing up your brand. She don't stop and smell of roses. Because let me tell you what Clarissa has done that she don't see that she's done. And this is a great ass accomplishment. And it cannot be said enough. In this Floyd Mayweather era, or coming out of this Floyd Mayweather era, nobody was pressed for legacy. Like, Floyd had switched over from legacy to just getting that money. And Floyd had a right to. You can understand. He spent the bulk of his career trying to get the legacy, trying to get the belts, trying to move up. He was a 5-division world champion. Floyd has never done what Terrence did. It don't make Terrence better than him or worse than him, or Floyd better than him or worse than him. It's just, here's the thing where y'all are different. Floyd has never been undisputed. Bernard Hopkins and James Toney, I think, was the first two people to do undisputed in the 4-belt era. And then we went on past a decade, like 13, 14 years, and then Terrence Crawford did it. And since Terrence Crawford did it, he has motivated a lot of boxers to do it. But let me tell you what she did. She being a 2-time gold medal winner, that's saying something right there. Since if you think about in male boxing, we always be like in the amateurs, Earl Spence beat this person, or Earl Spence got beat by that person, or Terrence Crawford got beat by Jordanis Ugas in the amateur. You know how they do that shit in the amateurs? What you gonna say about her? So if we putting stock into the amateurs when we talk about male boxing, look at her, 2-time gold medal winners, back to back. Who the fuck doing that? Nobody that I can think of. I can't think of one man who's done that. Now, also, then you go for, she has been undisputed champion 3 motherfucking times. You think these men ain't out here saying to themselves, you know what? Damn, we got to get on her level. That's a motivated. She motivated a whole group of boxers, male boxers. She can't stop and smell the roses. So when 78 say she ain't gonna be happy till she pees standing up, that was funny to me, because if she stop and smell the roses, she gonna see that she has done a lot. She's living her purpose. She has done a lot, but and only she could do it, because you got people. Terrence Crawford 2 times undisputed. Damn sure Canelo was trying, but he got beat down by Bivol. He was trying to be 2 times undisputed. Then, man, hell, you might as well say 3 times, because we was talking that cruiserweight. But once Bivol chin checked his ass, he understood you better stay down there where you was at. Now you got Jermell Charlo daring to be great, trying to go up and be 2 times undisputed. Anyway, it's going to try to be 2 times undisputed. Devin Haney is going to try to be 2 times undisputed. You see what I'm saying? You got T.O. again in Fantasyland saying he's actually undisputed, because Josh Taylor dropped his belts voluntarily because he had things that he had to do. Like he had his wedding for one, and he had something else, so he had to drop his belts as to not hold up the division. Josh Taylor never lost, and Josh Taylor was lineal, and I think ring, and T.O. is the one that took that shit off. So T.O., according to Max Kellerman, is actually undisputed. You know, but I mean, you can make that argument, I guess, theoretically, but technically, no. Okay, as Bud said, nice try, Derek James, when Derek tried to say it at that one of their press conference. But where they get this notion or this fever to become undisputed 2 times in one career, that's Clarissa Shields. You motivated a whole nation of men. What woman does that? And you don't see that? That's what I be tripping with her. I be like, you don't see that? David Thornton said, nah, Josh Taylor lost to Catterall. Yeah, we know he lost. We know, and I looked at that fight he lost to Catterall, David. And welcome to the building, by the way, King. But we got to go by what's on the history books. You know, y'all hit that like and share button, please. We got to go what's on the history books. He was awarded the win. Okay. But this is what irritates me about it. She has done a lot, but she don't smell the roses. She talks in a way that's not fitting for her. Okay, y'all remember Tank? Everybody got their barriers. Y'all remember Tank when he first came out? Mayweather did all the talking for him. You know, if people could say, let him talk, damn shit. But Tank in the beginning could not talk. Mayweather had to do the talking for him. Something as simple as talking. Nigga, we know you know how to talk. Look at the age you are. But for some reason, they put that camera in your face. You couldn't talk and convey shit the right way. If Mayweather would have let him talk, he would have derailed all the progress that he had and what they were trying to do with him. Now he's seasoned and he can fly on his own. Okay? You got men who can't behave. Look at the Charlos. We criticize the hell out them for their behavior. You not gonna tell me that the Charlos ain't leave no money on the table because of how they act. Shit, behavior is a must. Hell, we do that in secondary school. That's the whole purpose of kindergarten. These motherfucking kids to have fucking good behavior so learning can be accomplished. How you gonna teach a kid that got bad behavior? You'll spend most of the day correcting the bad behavior and fussing, and none of the time teaching. That's what kindergarten is supposed to straighten out. Now you're a professional. You should have had a publicist. You might have had some because you didn't got a makeover. And then think about the money she leave on the table. If you really think about it, y'all correct me if I'm wrong, cause I'm type nigga that when it's significant people, especially black people, sorry, I ain't trying to be racist, but of course I gotta do this for my black people. Do y'all know I'm one of those people that buy the Wheatie box or the cornflake box? Now, when I was young, it was always just the Wheatie box, but cornflakes they got in on the deal too, where they put up these Olympians or whatever the hell, or these people that did great things. Okay, cool. She is 2 times Olympian, back to back. She has not made that many coins off of her Olympic gold. Where they do that at? Don't worry, I'll wait for somebody to tell me, because and I do mean every, that I've known, and maybe I'm wrong. When you make gold, the reason why that shit is so important, because they know the money coming. The money coming behind that shit. I point to Mary Lou Retton. Mary Lou Retton was a good gymnast. If you listen to her backstory, all the money back then that you had to pay out for your little girls to go to gymnastics school, or your little guys to go to gymnastics school, it won't but so many in the country, 2 or 3 good ones. People quitting their job, moving to areas where they can get there. People drive. Debbie Thomas' mama said she used to drive 400 miles one way to take her daughter to get some practice in a day. Debbie Thomas wound up making bronze in the figure skating. I love figure skating. I used to watch that shit. She could have had gold, but her nerves got to her. But nevertheless, she's went on to become a doctor. Doctors cost money to go to school. She got her coins. Mary Lou Retton did not beat the Americans in the Olympic trials. She wound up going as an alternate. So that means if somebody get injured or something happen, we got a couple of alternates we can substitute with the, or we got people we can practice with you, just so you don't come up short. Well, I forgot the storyline, what happened, but she became on the team when they got there because something happened to one of the other gymnasts. And it wound up being one of her best days. All those gymnasts are expert, no matter what country you from and all that. They know the shit. You gotta know your shit to even go to the Olympics. All of y'all are subject matter experts in what you do. Mary Lou Retton wound up having the best gymnastic day of her life when it counted, when the lights was on the stage. Came back, she was America's sweetheart. She was American darling. She done made Wheaties, cornflakes, all that shit. She did 1 million commercials. The hoe got rich off of that shit. And I mean hoe affectionately, Mary Lou. You know what I'm saying? She got big off of that shit. Just by motherfucking hitting gold. Clarissa didn't. And Clarissa didn't because, look at the telltale signs. Clarissa felt like she needed to go overseas to make her coins. She making bank now, but she had to go overseas to do it, or sign with somebody overseas to do it. If she made her coins off of making gold, then why knee deep into her professional career did she then have her makeover? Women, we all know, look, throw some money at us. It's a lot of shit we want to get into and get fixed and this, that, and the other. I ain't knocking it because I I got a laundry list of some shit. Throw a couple thousand millions at me, and I got a list that I want to go correctify too. But she didn't get no big major coins from making gold, and she got to ask herself why. And I think it's her behavior. It's how she talk. A lot of guys don't want to say, anything about what she's doing to keep, because it's one of those tricky type situations to talk about. But the women out here, we gotta address it. And shout outs to 78. Like I said, he addressed it beautifully. If y'all men want to know how to address things when it comes to the opposite sex, hey, go look at that. Go look. He did it a day ago. Mark Nash is in the building. What's poppin'? King said, peace, Miss T, and all my neighbors in the chat. He said, Destiny Black, what up, fam? Haven't seen you in a while, but I told them about you, about Bud. I went off on YB channel that day, but was I right or was I fucking right? I'm gonna say you right. Usually I didn't watch it that day. He said, Our Money 231, what up? But yeah, so 78 addressed it. And I really gotta say shout out to him. It's only a 13-minute video. I ain't gonna play no more. But he addressed it. And she putting him down. I'm tired of it, Clarissa. Stop the shit. Cut the shit. You are a great fighter. Smell of roses of the things you did. You have motivated a whole entity of sports. Like all the male boxers are trying to ascribe to something great, something you did. They may not even get there, but you did it first. So you led the pack in that, But this disrespect and rudeness, and then when he's trying to be respectful and nice, what you want him to do? Talk to you like he crazy? And shout outs to Keith Thurman for maintaining your composure. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you, brother man, for ignoring half that shit. And I'm proud of 78 TV Sports for addressing it the right way and addressing it, period. He has to say it, and he said some comical things. It's just, and I don't think, and the thing about 78, when he says something that's funny, I don't think he be trying to be funny. But Clarissa, you are wrong. You cannot be Keith Thurman. I don't care what you say. You are wrong to approach him and keep asking him. It is bad for your brand and his. You don't have nothing to prove to us. The men are trying to prove something to you by doing what they doing now. But you don't even see that. It's because of you that they're doing the thing we wanted them to do in the first place. But you can't see that. You huffing and puffing and talking shit, and it's bending the ear. Clarissa, you're losing fans. I can't even, as I said earlier, I never hardly put anything up about her. I like her as a fighter. I think she's great, but I don't like her mouth. I don't like what the fuck she be talking about. And that's just me. It bends the ear. It's a turn off. I don't give a fuck what she talking about because I won't believe it. And, if y'all can look at her opponent's face, it's like they want to say some shit, but they just don't. They don't, because you run the risk of offending other people outside of her. But so you can look in their face and be like, oh my God, they want to say a lot of shit. And I'm saying like this to all the females out there that can talk shit back and forth. Y'all need to just go ahead and say it. Y'all need to just say what y'all think. Stop telling us you the GOAT. Stop telling us what you are, that you the baddest thing. You are in no comparison to no professional male fighter. Not in that way. You can say, I got more skills than this fighter. You probably do. Even when you was fighting Errol Spence, you probably got more skills than him. I don't attribute Errol Spence with a lot of skill sets. But can you beat him? Hell no. All the dudes you getting in there, they are not going full throttle with you. And I know it. and you need to stop. He can't fight. Who is he? And then you make me feel as a boxing fan like I want to say Keith Thurman, please get in good ass shape and beat her down one good time. If it's in public, beat her down so she don't box no more. If it's in private, same thing. But maybe y'all gotta have a private session where you go ham on this girl. Cause she gotta stop. It's irritating, it's frustrating. To me, you're gonna set women boxing back. The gains that they did make, you're setting it backwards. And that's all I had to say about her. I'm gonna put the link in the chat. Yeah, I'm sorry, I was venting. Because I'm tired of this shit. It's unfair and it's downright rude and disrespectful. And that's why I don't like it. David Thornton said, laugh out loud. Her mouth is getting her in trouble. Early in her career, she carries herself with arrogance. She cleaned up a bit, but she's still not there. Yeah, it's her mouth. It's like she take joy in hurting somebody. Or like, I did this. You seen what she did? You're not a dude. Like 78 said, that shit works barely with guys. Did you see Terrence Crawford at the end of the fight be humble as a motherfucker when talking to Earl Spence? If you look at Floyd's career, if you're really paying attention, he didn't ever kick nobody when they was down. Why the fuck you think it's okay for you to do it? I don't get it. I'm not, it's hard to be a fan of hers. David Thornton said, do you think that she believes the guys are going hard on her in sparring? She probably do. And they probably could be. But, a person who is not, like you take somebody out the street, dude, like sisters and brothers, for instance. I fought my brother. He was bigger than me. I fought his ass. I try to beat the shit. And I was winning some of them fights. And I'm talking, we really teenagers. I'm 3 years older than my oldest. I call all my brothers are younger than me. But the oldest one, I'm 3 years older than him. So I would fight him when I was 16 and 17, right? And I would be housing the nigga. I'm getting him. But now that I'm older and I look back, I know there was a level he didn't take it there. He what the fuck he was going to do that for? My daddy would have beat the dog shit out of him. Because what you ain't going to do is bust my lip and have me swollen in the face like some man beating on me and shit. My daddy would have beat the shit out of him. He'd have told my mama, get the fuck out of the way or you next. Serious up. And I know my daddy would have been like that. I know his dad would have been like that. You know what I'm saying? So I have to say my brother probably held back. But he gave me he was hitting me in the stomach and shit. And this the crazy part. I'm like 16, 17, like I said. So this boy 13, maybe 14. We have a good ass fight. Now, back then I could throw my hands now. And I had him hurt and all this shit, and he had me hurt. The next day, we get up. Siblings argue every day, back and forth. The next day we get up for school, I can barely walk. I can barely stand. Everything hurts. My first thought, stay your ass in bed and call out for the day. Nah, my mama ain't having that shit. She had a golden rule. You bring straight A's home, you can call the shots. That's probably why I did my kids like that. My daughter would be on the road all the time. I let her stay up all night, however long she wanted. I be telling her to go to bed for sure, but sometimes she'll stay up watching TV. She have her TV on all night. She studied how she studied. She studied with shit on. I ain't said shit to her because guess what? Whatever she was doing it right. You know what I'm saying? So I kind of got that from my mama saying, if y'all bring me on the road or straight A's, hey, you call the shots. Of course that shit won't gonna happen, mama. You knew that. You knew your kids. I'm not doing it. That's too much like work. So I knew I couldn't call out, but I was slow walking to the bus stop. I had to get up early because I knew, like, when you get up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom, that's when you feel it. And I was like, oh my God. So I got to get up early, get ready. So, I can make it to the bus stop. I can't run. I can't jog or nothing like that. I gotta get there, but slowly walking. I get to school, get in the first period, in homeroom class. The bells ring to go to your first period. I get up, I had to stand there for a minute. Like I literally was hurting. Every bone or muscle in my body. Man, I was hurting. But you know what that nigga did? He got up, ready to go to school, like do 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 do. Hey, you. Like nothing was going on. I'm looking at this dude like, you ain't stiff, you ain't hurting. Ain't nothing wrong with him. And as I said, I was 16, he was like 13. And I know I was trying to get this motherfucker to business. Because, your little brother be getting on your goddamn nerves. And then he going through puberty. So he think he the man of the house. He think he running shit. Nah, I had to give him the business. Now, him putting the whipping on me, because I'm going to say he won in the end. Because I didn't want to run that shit back. I can't keep getting up in the morning. Barely can move. Shit, can't even turn my head. Can't even bend down. Can't even. No, I don't want that shit. I can't run that shit back to back. He could. But I won't go give in and let him think he the HNIC neither. So I guess we got to do what we got to do. I remember one time we got to fight so bad. I can't remember how. It might have been that morning or the night before. So it was like hours and hours before. But I had an appointment with the Army recruiter and they came to my house. This back then when they could come to your house, sit at the table and all that shit. And he was sitting at the table and I'm hearing, but I'm sweating. I want to cry so fucking bad. But my mom, I thought she didn't care, but she just felt like me and my sister had always dominated and picked on my brother, and she just was secretly like rooting for him. Just wait till you get older, because she used to say that when we were little. Don't worry, wait till you get older, because he would always cry, whatever. And then he got older, and then I guess he paid back as a mother. I seen him hit my sister, and she took flight. But it's like Debo when he hit that dude and knocked him out. Sorry, Sean. I seen that shit. I was like, whoa. And the crazy part is she was pregnant with my nephew. Shout out to my nephew. He made it. He good. But my brother, I guess he was going through something in a house full of women. He the only boy. Bow! He hit my sister. She took flight. The link is in the chat, y'all. It's been in the chat. But yeah, so that's my learning or early learning into what a man can do versus what a woman can do. And it's not an absolute that women can't win or beat a guy. It's like 78 has said, maybe just taking dudes off the street who don't have no formal training and everything. You can take two dudes who don't train in boxing ever, and they can play football or basketball. Put them in the ring and say, go at it, but you can only use your hands and you move around. And I'm going to tell you, within 30 seconds, the niggas would be finding it hard to breathe. Boxing is like that. It's like that. It's not easy to stand on your feet and throw hands. It's really not. That's why people, when they fight, they do shit like grab your hair, try to throw you off balance, or lean on you and start wrestling and shit. That's why it always turns into that. But I'm not saying that Clarissa, if I thought about it, how could she satisfy this urge she got to fight a dude? Well, at one point we were contemplating, like, there was a controversy of transgender men who live their lives as women, and they want to compete against women. And we was just whether it's track and field, boxing, whatever, we was like, nah, that ain't right, especially combat sports. But you got them out there so she can fight them, because they believe, or they know, that they are a woman in their mind. Um, Never mind physics and never mind actual nature. Um, and then Clarissa feels that she can beat men. And so, I mean, like I said, there are men out there she probably could beat, but he's not no average guy off the street. He's not how y'all say the taxi cab dude or the Uber guy. He's not the tomato can that y'all like to say. Keith Thurman is a world-renowned boxer who have accomplished a lot, who was the cream of the creme de la creme of the welterweight division, former unified welterweight champion. Everybody was trying to get a Keith. He was at one point Floyd Mayweather's mandatory. Floyd didn't want to fight him, not because Floyd was scared. Floyd was at the end of his career doing him. He had time to look at no damn Keith Thurman. And Keith Thurman was trying to become undisputed. He had time to look back at Earl Spence. And that's where Keith tore his draws, so to speak, as he fell off, because the backlash that Earl was saying and giving, it fell on Keith's shoulders. Now, I know some of y'all gonna probably be like, damn, you said a lot. And maybe she watching and say, fuck her or whatever. I don't know. I'm only telling the truth. You have accomplished a lot. We can see your growth. To me, you will go down in history as motivating the men. In a sense, you could even be one of the factors that saved men boxing, because for a while we were wallowing in pity, like boxing is going by the wayside. It's like trash now. But your accolades and your achievements, to me, woke them up. What man is gonna say, well, hell, if she can do it, I should be able to do it too? That's what they were saying. If she did it in her respective field, I should be able to do it in mine. Now you're going over there fighting PFL or whatever, and there's gonna be guys like you, one of the few boxers that's like, fuck it, I'll go to the cage, because most of the boxers ain't doing that. You are motivating men, and you're a woman. And I want you to sit back and smell that coffee and be appreciative of that. And brag and just find some solace in that. To me, calling out Keith Thurman hurts your brand. It will hurt his brand to even engage with you. Keith Thurman, you can keep ignoring her. We're not going to look bad at you. If this is ever a cause to get behind Keith Thurman collectively, this is one. And a lot of people don't like Keith Thurman no more, be putting him down, but I clap my hands to him for ignoring her. Floyd Mayweather went through the same shit with Ronda Rousey. And one time they cornered Floyd, just like they did with Keith. And they said, Floyd, what about Ronda? Blah, 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 blah. And Floyd said, I don't know him. I don't know him. Who is he? The shit was funny. Because you knew Floyd knew who she was. But that's his way of, he said a lot in just saying that. Look, y'all hearing it. I hear it too. I'm trying to ignore it. So I don't know this dude when he know it's a girl. There's a reason why I'm trying to ignore it. What do I get out of going tay-to-tay with this woman? Nothing. But any man who want to put his mouth where his money is, or put his money where his mouth is, come holler at your boy. And that's pretty much Floyd's response. And guess what? They stopped fucking with him about that. they stopped fucking with him. WJ Lucky is in the building. What's popping, King? WJ, I know you always ask me before you ask me. I'm gonna say, no, I didn't get paid yet, but I talked to him yesterday, I believe, because I hadn't seen him in a while. He said he was going through some stuff, but give him a moment. But it hasn't gotten paid. You know, I know you like to check in on me and check to see, so I'm gonna answer you right quick. You know, but that's what happened. So I guess somewhere around the first or something, he'll be straight. But I did check or whatever. Because I was like, I know WJ will come in here and I'm going to have to say it. ATL, I'm going to have to say it. You ain't pay up, you know. But that's why when I seen ATL yesterday, I think it was yesterday, I was like, that's why I asked you, ATL. Because, you know, and I still say, I trusted, you know, ATL, what you saying. But there's people out there who didn't pay their best. They need to pay their best. But anyway, getting back to the Clarissa thing. So Floyd handled that real well. And I noticed from that day, I can't remember what interview he was on, but I remember from that day forward, they never really bothered him about that. I don't know what Ronda Rousey was doing. Was she using his name for cap? Was she, you know, like for clout, whatever however they say it. Was she trying to, you know, around that time, it was the rumblings about him putting his hands on women and shit. And she probably was, man. It was like, nigga, fight me. You know what I'm saying? And she probably, again, like Clarissa, believed her press clippings, believed what she was talking. But as long as y'all men don't throw that up in Keith Thurman's face, he'll be all right. Because I would think that he cared more about what y'all think as his peers than what he knows. I'm sure his wife be like, honey, do not even. He's a girl dad. He got 2 daughters. He got to know this is lose-lose for him. He cannot win in this way, in any kind of way. Nothing good will come out of this for him. And that's why he must stay ignoring this and stay ignoring her. But she don't understand that she's hurting her brand too, because nobody believes you. We won't believe it until we see it, but we don't want to see it. And we got a country or a world where domestic violence is rampant. Always has been. There's women in the grave because of domestic violence, or sometimes men because their family get back at them. It's an ugly truth to society. And it's not a game. It's not funny. You understand? And we in the boxing community more than likely do not want to see a resemblance of that, because that's what it would look like. It would just look like domestic violence. That's all. It's nighttime and somebody cutting the grass. It's crazy as hell. I hope they cutting my shit. It's right outside my window. Y'all know I'm allergic to grass. My guy to cut my grass, I ain't seen him in a minute. But anyway, that's all I basically had to say about that. Shout outs again. Salute to 78 TV Sports and how he handled this situation. You did a beautiful job. I listened to what you said and I was not offended. And that's hard. A lot of y'all guys want to say something, but you're going to put your foot all the way in your mouth. Because once you show the world what you really are, ain't no taking it back. Like I said, there was a guy on Fred Hawthorne's show, and regular on his show, and every time they get to talking about shit like this, men versus women, women versus men type situations, or domestic violence and shit, as soon as he opened his mouth, I and other women, because my mom watched that show, I don't know how she felt, but I had some friends who watched that show, and we all were saying, oh yeah, he puts hands and feet on his woman. You can tell. And he, I'm sure, got daughters. But you can tell. Because the glee in which I want to say it. Never once did 78 say, she need to stay in her place and blah, blah, blah. He actually gave, like he said the reasoning. I'm a man. I don't want to hear about how you gonna beat another man and you beating them down and shit. Just like y'all women would not want to hear me saying, bitch, shut up. Come on, let me knock your ass down the peg too. Let me blah, blah. And guess what? It rang clear in my head. It was said with such clarity because he right. How would you feel as a woman if you hearing how a nigga slap up a bitch and put her in a place and all? You don't want to hear that shit. You don't even want to be a part of no shit like that. You were like, let me get the fuck around this nigga. I don't even want to talk to this nigga. So a man could feel like he don't want to hear that shit. Especially when he know 99.9% that shit cannot be factual. Keith Thurman is not somebody that's no slouch off the street. The dude is an accomplished boxer and he will hurt you. But he wouldn't want to hurt you. So you will win by default because he wouldn't want to hurt you. Just like Earl Spence did not want to hurt you. Said David Thornton, there's a trans woman boxer fighting men. Commissions allowed it. Yeah, shit. More power to her ass. See, when there's women going the opposite way, we all just sit there and eat popcorn and wait for the shoe to drop. We wait for the shoe to drop. Because we know it's going to drop. And it's like a lesson learned. But we don't do it when it's men going the opposite way because if Keith hits her, nobody would get that image out. And then there would be tape. And then there would be tape of him like fighting her or hitting her. And people will make memes out of it. So Keith, no exhibition. No whatever. If you gonna do it, just stand there and let her punch you all in the face and don't do nothing. Just put your hand behind your back, stand up there and let her punch you in the face and see how many times you can take it. Or just have your hands behind your back, tie behind your back, and you just move and get out the way. But you gotta have your hands tied behind your back so people can see that you was never intending to fight them. That's the only way it works. But she, like when 78 said she ain't gonna be happy till she pees standing up, that was funny. That was funny. I ain't gonna lie. But the way she talked, Clarissa, you gotta understand, you come off like that. You come off like that. And as he said, you doing it to yourself. Because you come off like that. And I'm trying to be fair. But a lot of people don't say nothing because what would it do to overall boxing? If she the GOAT, she the face of boxing for women's boxing, what could it do overall to women's boxing? It could set them back. He gave suggestions, do 3-minute rounds. Something. Activist is in the building. What's poppin', King? Said, what's going on, y'all? Oh, but moving on past that, the other news I had, TikTok. Time is winding down, folks. I know the other guy was in here. He said, good, something other than Earl Spence and all that. We go. He got about a week before he got to decide is he going to activate his rematch clause. I seen somebody thumbnail, I can't remember who, said he activated. I don't know that he activated. I haven't heard that. When you asked Terrence Crawford, he said he haven't heard that shit. I dropped the link in Activist if you want to get in here and break it down. Because I encourage y'all men to come in and talk about this. I'm not mad and you cannot hurt our feelings. You just heard how I felt about it. And Activist can tell you, I'm the last person that you go tell I can't do some shit. and that I don't want no equality. And shit, if you paying this nigga that, you gonna pay me the same. I'm one of them people. But I also like to live in reality too. Active actor said Keith just need to go and have an exhibition, dog her, and that would be that. Women and men don't need to mix in fighting sports at the very least. But active activists, don't you think that is potentially lose for him too? Because now you will have video of him dogging her, and people can do memes and put out whatever, whether it's true or not. Why would he want that on his record? He's a girl that he respects and loves women. Why would he want that on his record? Sometimes you can't climb from under that. If y'all think about it, think about Chris Brown. Chris Brown is still dealing with the fact that he went ham on Rihanna. He's still trying to clean that shit up. You see him hugging and being nice to fans of Dr. Hugh now. You know, people, Miss T, what you talking about? Chris Brown made that statement, and I'll never forget this. That dark skinned women, I'm a paraphrase, is not attractive or ugly or whatever, and say, you know, you want to prove it? Send me a picture. I was like, I couldn't believe he was saying that. I was like, Chris, I spent money on your shit. I'm dark skinned. My money green, the same color as yours. But I tell you what, Chris, I won't do that again. And I haven't. So you can kiss every baby and frog in the world at the county fair. Ain't gonna change my calculus. The active actor said, that's fine. All publicity is good publicity. No, it's not. Him shutting up a loud mouth who swears she can whoop him is not a domestic abuse. Active actors, you need to come on in here. No, active. You need to come on here and break that down. No. That ain't. See, active actor, he's still young. And that bitch, shut up. Go in the corner. Come on in here. Explain it. Come on, actor. Anybody? Y'all guys, I'm giving y'all freedom to speak your mind. I played a little bit of what 78 said, and so you kind of got an example of how to say that. What's up, active activist? What's good with you, bro?
What's up? What's up? What's up? I gotta
Now,
go outside. It's babies in the background.
now you know me and you have talked about this before, long time ago, right?
Oh yeah,
Go
yeah,
ahead and speak
definitely.
your mind.
I mean,
Mhm.
I'm with you. I definitely get the optics of it all, but I mean, at the end of the day, it is what it is. Like she wants to be this noteworthy, this person, she talking about, oh, I'm the third greatest boxer ever and this and that. And like I
Yes.
said, we talked about that. The fact that she has done something in women's boxing that has never been done should put her in the, at the top of the line, in the top, she ought to be up there in the conversation when you're talking about the goats of women's boxing. But she letting that shit go too far. I don't know why she decided to call, one time out. If she feel like he rusty, he ain't got it, or like she say, I'm bigger than you, this and that. Like, she has this false sense of confidence that I'm a beast. I'm whooping these women that I'm boxing. I'm dogging them. I'm bigger than him. I'm in a higher weight class than him. I'm used to fighting dudes. I'll dog Keith. Like I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't know if this is just a PR stunt or whatever, but she wouldn't keep calling me out. She would keep calling me out. So that's what I'm saying. Like at the end of the day, he got to do something. He got to do something. Either he's gonna completely ignore her and not respond going forward and let that just die, because that's a way to kill it. Just I'm not gonna respond, but he got to do something. And I mean, if he do that, and he might not even have to dog her full fledged, but just let her get in there and try her hardest, and he eating her punches like, girl, you knew this was gonna be a bad situation for you, right? He piece her up a little bit and going on about his business, but like he don't even have to go 100% to win that fight. And that's just the difference in strength level. I ain't gonna necessarily say skill level because she's a skilled boxer,
But
but
so is he.
and that's what I'm saying. The skill level may be equal, but in between her being heavier or whatever, I'm sure she take some of Keith's punishment if he ain't going 100%. But she's gonna see even him being a smaller man, her punches are not gonna phase him. And that's the thing that he got to show. Like, this is why women fight women and men fight men. You
This is
got
why.
you Yeah, you throw punches and you beat the people that you fight, you beat them up. But she ain't just in there. It ain't like Layla Ali said, it ain't like you just some knockout artist. You not
Hmm.
Ann Wolf in here just, oh, you got power like a man, you just putting women to sleep left and right in the ring. No, you beating them up, hitting them clean, getting stoppages, getting knocked down, stuff like that. But come on now, you ain't putting women to sleep like talking about. And this man name is one time. And if he hit you as hard as he can and catch you clean, you going to sleep. But
Exactly.
see, I
Hey,
guess that's how she feel. He ain't gonna hit me. I'm too good. One time ain't gonna catch me one clean time. Okay. Hey,
she jumping on the
let you tell it.
bandwagon. She's showing her immaturity. She jumping on the bandwagon because everybody been flogging Keith Thurman for a while based on his situation with Earl Spence. And since Earl
Mm-hmm.
didn't like him, a lot of people didn't like him. But what has Keith did to fall out of favor for real? For real, nothing. It's just Earl was very popular, and what Earl said, everybody, like I said, if Earl jumped in the rabbit hole, thousands of people jumped in there with him. And so,
Hey, yeah,
and
yeah.
that's what it was. But what you think about, maybe they should have a match, a simulated match in the gym, no cameras, don't nobody tape it, but have plenty of witnesses and go ham. What you think about that?
I mean, it wouldn't matter at the end of the day if he gonna do it. They might as well make some money from it because that's what she looking for. She wants people to see how well she does against a man as a testament to her greatness, and let alone what she does against a undefeated champion or former champion or champion in recess or whatever the hell his current status is. So, because my thing is, okay, you got a room full of 20 witnesses or whatever, 10 people for each side, and they all come out after the fight. Keith dogged her, and then that's the story. The bad publicity still gonna come. Yeah, you right. They can't make the memes and all this and that because they don't have no actual footage of the fight. But the narrative is already written. Oh man, Keith got in there in the gym and beat that girl up behind closed doors.
That 78 said she won't quit. When
She won't.
he said she not gonna be happy until she competes standing up.
Exactly, exactly, and that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate, but that is how she comes off. Cause my whole thing is like, okay, my thing is, where does it end? Let's just say, for shits and giggles, y'all have this fight, you win. You beat Keith up. You got Keith in there looking, you giving Keith a master class on boxing. You faster than him, you got better reach, you just tagging him, he can't hit you, he can't land nothing. Okay, cool. Then what you call who's the next man you calling out? Or you through? You just wanted to prove you could whoop Keith Thurman, and now you off your warpath of trying to fight men champion caliber boxers.
Exactly. And don't you see the fact that his a round robin with her? I mean, that this woman on Fred show made the point that, she was like, she was irritated. People get turned off by conceitness and egotistical people. That's a fact. That's
Mm,
in life in
mm,
general. And this lady was talking about that. She was like, she calling herself the GOAT, but you fighting the same six women. And it's not
mm.
your fault. You just don't have a plethora of people to compete against. because a lot of women are not getting into boxing like
Mm.
like they are the men. So do you be as braggadocious? Like and when people say, I'll say all the time, I coach boxing, and I did. I was. COVID happened, kind of threw everybody off, and I never really went back to it because I don't want to be around all that sweat. I can't afford to get sick, me of
Hmm.
all people. So I just didn't go back on that strength alone. But I know in boxing that if you don't have skills, you can't, they won't even let you spar. We don't even let people spar if they ain't got skills. Now you talk about Keith one time Thurman, like you said, they call him one time for a reason. This man got skills. So when she say shit like he can't fight anyway, he ain't nothing anyway, I thought that was the wrong thing to say. Do you think I'm saying all that to say, do you think she's rude and disrespectful and arrogance and bullying?
She's that. I mean, that cockiness and that arrogance and conceitedness, that's that Michigan in her. That's that Flint, that Detroit. That's that lead in the water. That's that dirty water Michigan just gonna give you a fucked up attitude. And hey, Floyd got it too. So I get it, but it's like she's doing all that. She's trying to be as extra provocative, and she's trying to elicit a reaction and a response, and she wants the reaction and the response that she wants is for Keith to say, "Okay, bitch, let's go." That's what she wants. So all the other negative shit that come and everything everybody else got to say about it, she don't give a damn, because the only reaction she cares about is Keith Thurman, because she feels after everything is said and done, her having that fight and proving whatever it is she's trying to prove is going to put her on the next level, or make her more popular, or bring her the notoriety and the credit and the adoration and admiration that she deserves. And it's like, oh, okay. I mean, if you think, I don't know what her team told her, who came up with that idea, but I mean, you're right. I guess it has something to do with the lack of competition that she has, especially if she's not changing weight classes. Ain't like she going up and down in weight, defending belts at multiple weights. So yeah, if she's stuck where she's stuck and she only fighting the same six chicks and she keep beating them, like, is that, you're not gonna keep getting credit for that? Like people talking about the GOAT and Sugar Ray Robinson and Jake LaMotta. I say, well, yeah, after Sugar Ray Robinson beat him up 15 times, and then he finally got him a win. Like, yeah, if you keep fighting the same people over and over, eventually one of them gonna beat you anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So your little undefeated streak ain't gonna last, because you keep fighting the same people and they're not gonna keep making the same mistakes. Eventually, one of them is gonna catch you with something. Could be a puncher's chance, or boxer's luck, whatever. But it's just you're not
Well,
gonna get that kind of notoriety if you all you doing is beating the same people.
what do you say to her calling herself the GOAT and the greatest and braggadocious and all that? Because I always bring up when people say, "Oh, you coach?" Yeah, right. T. I be like, "Yeah, I did coach." You ain't never formally had to fight. I did. I took karate, and I ain't took that punk ass karate. Sorry, people, for them after school little things that they put their kids in, where you get your yellow belt in 3 months. So I had real karate. It was me and my brother with all adults. If I was to tell you the routine we went through, barefooted outside in the park, man, running, man, I'm gonna tell you, they ain't give a shit. I remember because back then people used to watch karate on the weekend. I know everybody remember that, the karate flicks. We couldn't, me and my brother couldn't
Hmm.
wait to get in there and punch and kick. We never did none of that shit for over a year. I was looking at my mama like, really? I don't want to do this shit no more. Where is the karate shit? Where is the psh, 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 psh? When is that gonna jump in? And it didn't do it for almost 2 years. And I remember even when we broke boards in center blocks, we didn't know we was gonna do it until the day we did it, and was amazed that we did it. But the whole point was to get your body conditioned, and
Yeah,
then
yeah, that's right. Conditioning is key. That's
yeah,
first. Hey, what we say in football, Texas. Hey, for y'all who don't know, Texas born and raised, and not an aerosexual. But yeah, hey, football. When you talking football in Texas, that's what you talking about. We invented two a days. And what's two a days about? Conditioning. You ain't ran now play for 2 months straight. You out there in Texas heat, rolling in the grass in the dirt, running, sweating, practicing tackling, practicing fundamentals, all that stuff. You ain't talked about a play yet. You ain't talked about what position you gonna get yet. None of that. You just out here getting in shape and getting your body right. So yeah, that's the foundation, and that's what a lot of people in today's society, people want to skip that. People want to do it, as we say, they don't want to do it the analog way. They want to do it the digital way. They want to do it
Yeah.
quick.
And then look, and then I was in a formal competition. Yo, I went to tournaments. And I don't know, looking back, I'm trying to figure out how was I considered a big girl at the time. I was like 11 years old, and they did do it by weight. And in my category, there were 15, 16, 18, 21, 23. I think the oldest chick was 25. I was about 5'3", 5'4", 105 pounds. You call that big? I guess I was big. I don't know. But I was fighting grown women because, like I said, we went by your weight. And my tournament, because in that big ass gym, it was tournaments all over. People was fighting all over. But in my little section, it was like 18 of us competitors. That ain't shit. Well, I look over across from me, dudes got like hundreds of people they got to go through. My shit
Yeah.
went through like in an hour or two, but I got third place, both in kumite and fighting. Wait a minute,
Okay.
kumite is fight, but the dance is like a little dance you do and all that shit.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
got
I
third
can't
place in
think of the
both.
name of it, but yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
And so, do you hear me now? Only time I speak of that,
Kata, kata. That's what it's called, kata.
yeah. Only time I speak on that is to say I do have experience in formally competing. That's it. I don't talk about, I made third place. I was in the magazine. What I'm gonna say? It's 18 of us, and I was
and,
number
and
3.
and again, but even then, again, that's not to say that your accomplishment for whatever the level of competition is shouldn't be celebrated, because you could have came last place. So for you to come in third out of 18, if that's what was in your pool and in your bracket, then so be it. You on that day, you was the third best woman in your division, and that's commendable. But I mean, you right, you can't take that and try to be queen of the world with that. Yeah, I was third place out of 18 people, but it's worth saying it ain't nothing, but it ain't I
They
won an
ain't none of
Olympic
the,
bronze
yeah.
either. You know
And
what I'm saying? That's the thing. Yeah.
let me ask you this: how do you feel about her dubbing herself as the GOAT and keep telling people? Because I'm telling you, I've checked. I was watching as this whole shit played out, but I went back and checked. Never was it the case that all the world was saying she the GOAT, calling for her like that. She made herself the GOAT. How you feel about that?
Um. Yeah, that's one of them things where
Salute Champion Heart.
when
Yeah.
you yeah when you take that bite at that apple, and you start saying that, claiming that for yourself. I mean, ugh, it's hard. Like, I mean, Ali did it. We had a few people in throughout the ages who have said it and then made the people believers, right? But then we know that's been an uphill battle. That was a hard fight for them to get the public to agree. See, like Sugar Ray Robinson, most 90% of boxing want to say, "Oh, he's the greatest, most technical, blah blah blah." Yes, he's a top five Hall of Famer, no matter how you slice it. But I never read the stories about Sugar Ray calling himself the greatest of all time. Other people called him that. It wasn't until the Ali era when boxers made started making that claim on them on their own. and we saw what kind of backlash and shit he caught.
Mhm.
Anytime you're a black man and you uppity and you're arrogant and confident in yourself, it ain't enough to just say, I have confidence in my skills and I know I'm good at what I do and I think I could beat anybody you put in front of me. Can't nobody be mad at you for saying that. You ain't supposed. Oh yeah, if you put that dude in front, I'm gonna lose. No, you should have confidence in yourself. But when you go to making these grandiose statements, that's when you start losing the public interest and you start making more haters than fans. So Ali did it. We know Floyd did it. He couldn't even he didn't even dare call himself the GOAT. He had to make his whole own acronym, TBE, the
Mhm.
best ever. And even with that, he didn't get, he didn't win no fans with that. He still
Yeah.
made more haters with that. Oh, Floyd, you ain't the best ever. You the best duck ever. You the best runner ever. You the best this, the best that. You ain't the okay, whatever. The
But
man he did what he did. He 50-0. Cry to your mom about it. Like,
he had, but historically, if you look at it, when Joe Louis won, think about yourself. In any time you out and you competing, you're happy when you win. You're jumping around, you're bragging, you're like, yeah, nigga, yeah, what the fuck. But Joe Louis wasn't allowed to do that. Talking about race relations back then. So
oh
by
yeah,
time,
no, definitely. He
so by
had to be the
time,
humble Negro champ.
yeah, he had to humble himself. Shut up, be humble. He had to do that shit.
Hmm.
Now,
Yeah.
when
Oh,
Ali
Jack
came along,
Johnson too. Yeah,
yeah,
Jack Johnson couldn't. He better not.
yeah, and he pushed the envelope. But when Ali came around and did that, he took a chance. And you never know, was he doing it for the culture or to change shit on the dime? And maybe that's what she be feeling like, she doing it to change shit on the dime. We haven't reached that time in our culture. Hell, we just had an opportunity to almost have a woman president, and America is lagging behind getting the equality up for women in some respects. But we haven't reached that time in our culture where we could take a woman talking like that. I don't know. I don't even have an answer. That's why I never said nothing. I don't
But
have
see
an answer.
what you saying, you just made a very important part, a very important point, and you're exactly right. What Ali did, Ali was pushing the envelope, and he knew he was pushing the envelope. But you got to think, he was a whole different type of black man. You first he was Cassius Clay, I'm on top of the world. Hey, Mama Rose, yeah, I'm on top of the world. Blah blah blah. Rumble, young man, rumble. But then he went Nation of Islam, he became a Muslim. That humility and that soft shoeing and that coon and shit that a lot of black people was on prior to him, he was like, nah, I'm not doing that. They wasn't outspoken, and them dude Joe Louis was propaganda for the US in what was World War I,
World
or
Two,
whichever
World
one.
War Two,
Okay,
World War
World War
Two.
II. Yeah, yeah, he was propaganda. They had him on postcards and sign up and do it for Joe and all this other stuff. So Ali wasn't with none of that. So he completely pushed the envelope, and he knew he was pushing the envelope. And the people who do that know that the public is not going to be with them while they're doing it. It's only when they win and they change the public perception and they change the culture do they get their flowers. So Clarissa Shields, yes, she's definitely doing that. She understands. She is, whatever her level of competition is, or however many other women she has to fight at this time. What is she? What, she's 3 times undisputed women's world champ, and I'm the first woman to do this. I'm setting history, so I'm gonna set as much history as I can. And she's trying to change the culture. Now, the way that she's doing it, it's unpalatable. We don't like it. It don't look good. It don't taste good. But at the end of the day, we can't judge it until all is said and done. If she ends up changing the culture, then she would have done a great thing. But if, like you said, if she end up setting women's boxing back, then what was it worth it?
Well, here's the thing. She is doing a lot of stuff good. She not sitting back smelling the roses. As I said, she can be, when you look back historically, because y'all know I got a history degree. I'm a historian and all this stuff. If I was writing the story of boxing or trying to do a historical point piece on boxing 20, 30, 40 years from now, God willing, I'm here. I'm gonna say, you know what? Clarissa Shield is one of the factors that saved boxing because there was a time after the Floyd Mayweather era that boxing was second. It was going by the wayside. And I think she either single handedly or was a part of bringing it back because what she don't see that she has done is she has given motivation to a whole entity of boxers, male boxers. Period. Everybody male boxers. She has motivated y'all, whether people want to admit it or not. When the girl is two-time Olympic gold medal, check. Then she come back and win undisputed 3 times. Who does that?
Yeah,
Nobody does
yeah.
that.
Her resume, that's why I say. So
Yeah,
I don't knock her for how she feels and how she sees herself. You're right. Her resume is immaculate. You're right. It ain't a lot of men that we can name that got 2 gold medals in the Olympics and then came and was undisputed. And was even undisputed one time.
yeah.
1 gold medal and one undisputed. That's a very short list of male boxers that we can name. So yeah,
But
for
this is what
her
I
to
was
be able
saying.
to do
This
it,
is what I'm saying. Active. We was going by the way of Tank, like the Tankies of the world. Hey, it's he's the face of box because of pay per view. We got standards now that wasn't standards, or requirements now that wasn't requirements. It should have always been about the legacy. The NFL got the Super Bowl, the NBA got the finals, the NHL got the what you
Stanley
call it,
Cup.
Stanley Cup or whatever. We got our own
FIFA got
Super
the yeah,
Bowl.
FIFA
You
got
know
the
what
what's
I'm
the
saying?
name? Big old cup. Yeah.
Right. So we was getting away from that. And then here she come and do what she do. Now niggas like, I want to be undisputed. Not once, not twice, but 3 times. She did it, I gotta do it. Oh, that
No,
makes for good
you
boxing.
right.
That
You
makes for
right.
good
Cause
boxing.
you right. And I mean I was talking to somebody about this the other day. They was talking about Floyd and how Floyd wasn't ever really pressed for undisputed or whatever. And somebody said he made the comment one time. I haven't heard it or read it for myself, but that he said that his legacy is currency. And that's all he was worried about. I just want to be the highest paid boxer and make the most money ever in the ring. And if I can have an undefeated record while I'm doing it, that's great too.
His
But
story is uniquely his though, because in the beginning he was about them belts, but Floyd felt like he was being dicked around, especially by Bob Arum, being shelled or not getting a chance. And believe it or not, I don't care what nobody said. When I look at the opponents that he had, I swear in the beginning they was throwing Floyd through the wolves, but Floyd
yeah,
would always come out and be
yeah,
victorious.
they was
So
doing him like they did Terrence. Yeah, like they
yeah,
did Bud. They threw him the
right.
fights that they thought he was gonna lose, and he won.
Right. And so he won them, and then he paying all this money, and he's charging, he's trying to be a good boy. He's trying to put his head down, trying to charge forward. And for him, they wasn't respecting him. They're not paying him. You got an excuse why you can pay Oscar De La Hoya X amount of dollars or this person X amount of dollars, but you got to pay me crumbs compared to them. So fuck it. It's about the money now. He got to that point. What
Yeah,
we
you
don't
right.
like
You
about
right. You
with
right.
Tank, what we don't like about Tank is Tank never even did the lay of the land where he's all about the belts, the legacy. Let me get this accolade. Let me get the accolade. Tank
Hey, he came
always
in
been
off the
about the
gate, been
money.
about the bread.
Off the dick. Off the
Yeah,
dick,
off the
been about
dick.
the brick.
Like he couldn't at least, because that's my thing. It's like, all right, get you a belt, get you 2 belts, at least be unified. And then if you want, hey, I got 2 belts, I'm finna make my money. All right, look, you got your 2 belts, but just to say, oh, I'm a champion, I got 1 belt, that's good enough for me. Let me get all this bread. You watering down boxing now, because that means you not pressed to fight the other champions, and that's what we want to see as the fans, the casuals and the diehards. We want to see the best fight the best. You want to fight everybody that's hovering around the top, in the top 5 or the number
Mhm.
2 and number 3 contender, but you don't want to go fight these other people that got these belts. And that's
Exactly.
yeah, that's you watering down the sport. You cherry picking because it's about, see, that's the part they took the old part from Floyd. That's what he did. Everybody, oh, I got to stay undefeated. I got to stay undefeated. So, and that's one thing I say about Errol. Errol don't got that monkey on his back no more. Well, shit, I got my one L. So now
Mhm.
it's, hey, he can do how he want to do, because hey, I already, that zero is gone. But everybody else so worried about maintaining that zero,
It's
or
hard
at
to
least,
maintain.
yeah,
It's easy to
yeah,
get there,
they
but
want
it's
to
hard to keep it.
have a zero in the loss column, and then they don't want to have no zero, or they want to keep a zero in the draw. They don't want no draws either.
Exactly.
They want 50 0-0. They don't want, or whatever 0-0. They don't want 0-1 or 0-3. No, we want all wins, no losses, no draws, and they're
They
gonna make
want to
however much money they can make in the meantime.
they want to walk in Floyd's footsteps, but they don't want to do and go through everything Floyd had to do. Champion Hart said facts, Miss T. Corrales was considered the boogeyman when Floyd beat him. Exactly. Floyd didn't leave it up to the judges. Like Terrence didn't need. I hope he know going forward he can never. The hate for him is real. I think he got some colorism shit in it. You know how I see it, but amongst
Hmm.
other things. But he can never. He doesn't. Now think about how he feel, Clarissa. This man can't get the benefit of the doubt because of the package that he came in. Now, can you imagine what that can do to your brain? And all that. So yes, you're going through a lot, Clarissa. You're having challenges put before you. To me, the more worthwhile cause is to somehow kind of way get with all your sisters in arms and try to generate some interest and convincing young women, like, because women are innately fighters just like men. If you look at the animal kingdom, a lioness have a bunch of cubs. Some of them boys, some of them girls. All of them play fight. When you look at little kids, we all play fight. Girls and guys alike. We like wrestling, all that shit. It's innate in the animal to want to play fight. We just do it. So all you got to do is get women interested into going that route because you want to grow the sport. But what you're doing is going backwards, talking about, Keith Thurman like you doing. And then the man ain't even bothering you. He got two daughters. What it look like for him to have on film him piecing up a woman? What his daughters gonna think? Like, you know what I'm saying? And then you talking like he's smaller than me, as if that matters. You can have, look, I'm not a little woman. I can have 50 pounds over a dude that's 5'3". Shit, I'm gonna be thinking twice. I'm gonna be looking for a
Look,
pole, a gun, something.
Clarissa could get in there with Tank and get knocked out.
Knock the fuck out. You cannot beat Keith Thurman. Keith Thurman at his best, you cannot beat him. Keith Thurman, who don't want to fight you, I'm sure you could. But when and if you ever were to fight him, and your skills, to your knowledge, seem like it's better, everybody gonna think and know that he didn't even try. Now, it's
Exactly.
always like that. You can't tell me
Exactly.
shit because I was a tomboy too. And I'm gonna tell you, my friend Red, you better active actress. We would go to the basketball court. I wouldn't let the nigga leave until I won a couple of games. I was a sore loser. But when I would beat him fair and square, and I know we was playing and sweating, and but I was struggling to get that win, he would be like, "I let you have it," and then I'm like, "Oh fuck." He will always say that, and
You gonna
they never
always take you
fail.
gonna take my take yeah, you gonna take my effort from me.
Yeah,
You can't let me think I won off the muscle fair and square. We was both trying our hardest.
yeah, he will always do that. Now I know because men, y'all compete against each other. That ain't nothing he can really say to another man. But he can always say that to me. And every dude who could be watching be like, yeah, he let you win. I gotta agree. I don't think he went full 100. Sitting there like motherfucker. But it will make you better. So when I do
Yeah.
play against women, I'm housing them.
Exactly. And that's the whole thing. At the end of the day, that's exactly right. That's just like being a younger person. You're a young teenager playing against, 17, 18 year olds. You 12, 13 out there hooping with high schoolers. You ain't supposed to win. But get exactly when you go play against some other 13, 14 year olds, you ought to do them pretty bad because you've been playing elite level older kids. Same thing, just like with Roy Jones. What was Roy Jones doing? His daddy made him fight older kids with a hand tied behind his back. He wasn't supposed to win. He definitely wasn't supposed to win. He got beat up every time. But guess what? When you get to fight somebody your size and your age with both your hands, guess what you gonna do to him?
Exactly. Champion Heart said, "Yeah, Clarissa need to chill on that. I can be Keith Thurman nonsense." Exactly. That's what this whole show was about, Champion Heart. And then what about Floyd Daddy? Floyd talked about he was 5 and 6 years old. His daddy used to put him behind the car, drive down the street, keep up, nigga. Who does that? For your kid, this is the only time I would say you might not want to fuck with a woman because over her kids. We become Mama Grizzly out that bitch. Sarah Palin, if I ain't listening to shit else she said, I am in total agreement with her when it comes to your kids and you becoming Mama Grizzly. I don't know where the strength and the power come from with a woman when it's concerning her kids. I can't even tell you, nigga. It can't be duplicated. It can't be simulated. Active activist fell out. It can't even be imitated. For your kid, man, you get some astronomical strength from somewhere.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
can lift a
that
whole
adrenaline. Yeah,
engine
you
up.
can.
Yeah,
Yeah, you can hold. Yeah, you can flip a car smooth over.
for your kid. And I know, and we all been there where we was able to do some shit and we look back and be like, how the fuck? Even simple shit. When my daughter was like, I don't even know, she wasn't walking. So, I gotta carry her everywhere. But I also gotta make groceries. And I ain't had no help. So I got all these bags. I pull up at the apartment. I don't want to be back and forth because when they that little, even though they're in the car seat, it's still a risk to sit them in the car seat, sit them in the middle of the house, and then go back outside and grab something, come back in. And, you never want to leave your kid by yourself. So what I used to do is I get that car seat. Now, this ain't no newborn I'm talking about. I'm talking about, my daughter was small. It's hard to judge because she was so much smaller than her peers as a baby. But she was still heavy enough where I had to put a little strength in carrying that car seat. And then I would have like 5, 6, 7 bags of groceries. I don't know how the fuck I was able to grab her car seat and all them groceries. Because some of them grocery bags was heavy. I tried to imitate that shit one day. Like coming home since I lived here. And I was like, let me grab all these bags of groceries. Let me see if I couldn't do it. But
Mm-hmm.
I'm a mama. And I got to get this shit in the house. And I can't be going back and forth and leaving her in there unattended. I can't. So
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to make it work. To this, I swear to God, we all, as parents, especially mothers, have been through that where you had to pull something out your ass and you don't even know how you did it. Like even paying for her daycare and doing other stuff. How the fuck did I do it? Because when I look back and the military pay chart don't change that much. I can go back and look at what an E5 was making back them days and when
Mm-hmm.
before I made E6. And I'm like, how did I do it? And won't nobody giving me shit. I don't know how I did it. I don't know how I made a way out of some way with the help of God. That's how I look at it. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. But you
Mm-hmm.
do amazing things. But outside of that, let's come back down to reality. They made y'all have Bruce strength. And it was necessary if you think historically. Why would it be that y'all needed Bruce strength? But they made us have inner strength. Like compared to a
Mm.
woman, your strength cannot compare to mine in the inside of my body. In the inside of your body, I'm stronger than you. Now,
Mm,
can I put that on display? No, because nobody can see in the inside of your body. But you gotta know what all the shit that my body can do. My body is stronger than yours in the inside. But outside,
mm,
your body is stronger than mine. And I be damned. I be damned. And plus, they say when men get older, they carry their power. Clarissa, you're still a baby in a sense. I don't know how old is she. She like what, 25, 26, something? I don't know. Shabby High
she,
said, Miss T, did you see the interview with Crawford talking about his mother never told him she loved him as a kid? Yeah. And actually, Champion Heart, I experienced this. I know active activists has too, because we run across single mothers that would admittedly say, I don't know how to make a man. And they make decisions. When you look at it, you be like, I don't understand that. But okay. But they trying. They trying. She probably felt like a house full of women. She had to do something. I would talk about my experience, but I can tell you so many times I've witnessed this Champion Heart, but I would talk about just mine in my immediate family because I can be an expert on this. My mama felt the same way. My brother was the youngest in a house full of women. And she used to be like, she couldn't discipline him because she felt like we nagged him too much. And we always, Val did this, Val did, telling on him and shit. And she wanted the nigga to have a break. And she didn't want him to grow up and hate women. And she gave him jobs to make him feel kind of like the man in the house, like he's the little man and this, that, and the other. But a lot of times, women, right, you don't know how to make a man into a man. It backfires on you because you coddle your boys. You raise your daughters, but you coddle your boys. And then it be evidently clear when you look at how their life turn out as they become grown men. These men that women are sick of, and these no good guys that's linked up with women and shit, they could thank their mama for that. I mean, would you agree? Am I speaking out of turn, active actors?
no, no, you ain't speaking out of turn. No, yeah, no, you sound right to me.
I don't blame Terrence Crawford mama. She did what she only knew was best. If she'd have been like, "Yes, you're the greatest, honey," maybe he would have got soft, and maybe he wouldn't have pushed himself hard enough. Maybe that was her way. It could have backfired because remember he said he was a knucklehead at one time. He got shot. It could have backfired, but maybe she didn't want no statistic when it came to her son. That's not her way. Wasn't a guaranteed way. My daughter's brother's mom. I told you I used to keep him so much. I call him my son too. I remember he was working. He stayed with me every summer, all summer, and he was working. He had a day off, and he was working long hours. She called him up. She was like, "Hey, where he at?" I said, "He sleep." And then she said, "Put him on the phone. What he doing sleep?" I said, "It's his day off or whatever." Wake him up. So she woke him up. Nigga, you better go to work, get your ass up and get ready and take your ass to work and blah, 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 which I didn't understand. I was like, but they gave him the day off, and all that, but she wasn't having it because of how she grew up. Now, I'm not saying how she grew up was wrong. She grew up with a whole bunch of brothers and a couple of sisters, but in their household, any man working, all men working. Ain't no sleep for men. Ladies can sit in the house, not a man. And so she was taking what she learned growing up and applying it to him. I was looking at it like he been working 6 days and long hours at that. It's only fair. I mean, they can't burn the clock up with him. They gave him a day off. He can rest. And he had this sad look in his face, like, but, you know, I was like, that what your mama said, do. Now,
Oh.
we can laugh at it now, but he wound up going back to sleep. But it ain't nothing I could do. There wasn't
Mm-hmm.
nothing he could do. He couldn't call them and make them put him on the clock, but that was her wishes. In her mind, that was the right thing to do. In his mind, he looking at equality. She ain't make Bree do that shit. Bree was working too. When Bree had a day off, Bree got the layup. So, And I get it, but a lot of women do that. I'm gonna toughen them up, I'm gonna whatever. So I don't think they should beat up Mama Crawford too bad, because I know she had a reason for doing that. She loved him. He got 2 arms, 2 legs, 2 feet, 2 eyes. He healthy as a bitch. She did
Yeah,
something
hey,
right.
yeah, he got all his fingers, all his toes. So yeah, what can you say?
Yeah, that's true too, Champion High. He said actually women are stronger in the lower extremities. Yes. And you know what that is due to, Champion High? Because you got to push that baby out. Part of pushing that baby out is your
Mm-hmm.
legs. It's your
Mm-hmm.
legs. And it's just funny how legs are the most important things when it comes to combat sports and pushing the baby
Mm-hmm.
out.
Yeah,
It's your
yeah.
legs.
Stability, yeah, that base is the foundation of your strength. When you know how the driving force come from the ground up. So
Mhm.
yeah.
We can knock a mud hole in y'all ass with these legs.
Yeah, hey, what they say. Hey, look, when y'all climax, y'all can kill us. Y'all can kill us. Y'all
Yeah,
can
that was
squeeze
the
y'all
guy
legs
said.
hard enough to break some shit.
What's some more say? When you messing with that rich dude, he got your legs wrapped around, and he's I'm about to come. Go ahead, baby. Go for what?
Mm-hmm.
When a
Yes,
broke ass
going
nigga be
on.
like,
Yeah.
"Get the fuck out of here, nigga! You know all these kids slaying around here. What the fuck you doing?"
Mm-hmm.
Champion Hot with a
Mm-hmm.
joy there. What's up, Champion? What you got to say about him?
What's up, Miss T? How you doing?
I'm good.
What up? What up?
All right, my brother, active activist, man. How you doing, brother?
I'm chilling, bro.
All right, all right. Yeah, I was, you know, with my daughters. Um, I was I was explaining to my girls, and this was another reason why I wanted them to, to kind of take the knowledge that I was putting in them with the kickboxing, and I wanted them to study Taekwondo because for that very reason, because women are stronger in their lower extremities. And I was trying to explain to my daughters, I was like, I can kick, but you all can become better, stronger kickers because, your body is designed, what I'm saying, with your for your extremities to be stronger for the simple fact of what you were saying, because the woman's body is designed to carry that child,
Mhm.
and as well. So that's another reason,
Yeah.
why. And like my man activist was saying that, that is where your power comes from. If you look at Tyson and look at his fights, man, when he was throwing those uppercuts, everything was behind him because he was coming from the hips, and the legs,
Yeah, that was
he
thigh
was
power.
right, exactly, and even even the immortal Bruce Lee, his philosophy, what I'm saying, was to kick from the hips, use your hips.
Hmm. Oh, our hips are
Hmm.
strong. It's like you say.
Yeah,
I didn't even think about. I was thinking about pushing the baby out. I know, Lord knows, what about carrying that load,
right,
walking around. You still got to
Hmm.
do your normal and carry
right,
this 9 pound, 8 pound baby in the side.
right,
On the
right.
inside. Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Champion Heart, are
Yeah.
you sick of? Now, be honest. Because like I gave a shout out to 78 TV Sports. I think
Uh-huh.
he in my all my years on this earth, he addressed this issue because if you live long enough, you're gonna address man versus woman issue.
Right.
I think he addressed that shit like perfectly, as perfect can be.
I hadn't. I think I did see him upload a video talk. I hadn't watched it yet. But what was it basically? What was he saying?
He said he basically was like enough is enough. He talked about why she doing what she doing. The part that he said she ain't gonna be happy until she can stand up and pee. It was kind of like metaphorically said, but it meant so much because again, like I said, she has done a lot and she not even recognizing, in my opinion, the
Right.
things that she has done. She to me can be attributed to helping bring men boxing back to the luster that we like. Because this girl did 3 undisputed times, and then you got guys wanting to do it in one career. That has never been the case in one
Right.
career. And so you can throw her in the mix. A whole boxing group of men want this. The motivation started with her. So she should get her flowers for that. But she can't even see them because she's so braggadocious and stuff. And then you got to think boxing ain't just people her age watching, it's people our age watching. You got to appeal to the masses across the board. And I think the way she talk, I think she's rude, arrogant, and conceited. And it doesn't come off well with women doing it. I'm not saying a woman can't do it. Basically what I'm asking you is what you really think. And why can Alicia Baumgartner do the same thing? Because her mouth be foul too. How come she get away with it and Clarissa don't? Can you speak to that?
Right. You know, I salute to, you know, Clarissa, man, and her accomplishments, and you know, she has, you know, done things like you said that, you know, that a lot that men haven't done. I mean, you haven't seen stuff that she's done. You hadn't seen since the only man I could think of that's done something similar to her is what's his name? Armstrong, Henry Armstrong.
Yeah.
That's the only fighter I can think of in here in our era. You know, salute to Bud if he wants to, you know, step up to, you know, to fight Canelo. I don't think it'll happen, but you know, if it does, salute to that brother, you know, for doing that. But I think that you know, like you were saying, her braggadocious, and I've noticed this with a lot of women that, you know, I see on interviews and I see talking. It's like, you know, they don't like the braggadocious stuff that she does, but you know, Ali did it. You know, it's funny how Ali did it. You know, and people did. Well, you know, of course, you have people that didn't like Ali, but you know, it didn't seem so. You didn't see it so apparent. You know, when you talk to women, you know how they tend to. And I've had this conversation with other females, and it seems like they kind of have a little disdain, you know, toward her, you know, for the way that she talks, as far as being braggadocious. And like you said, you know, here Alicia Baumgartner can do it, but you know, why not her? Is it because of the complexion? Is it because of, you know, how Alicia Baumgartner looks compared to Clarissa? When I think they're both beautiful women, you know, but Alicia is a much fairer complexion, you know, and it's funny how, you know, and I remember when Ronda Rousey was, you know, was doing all this nonsense, and she was getting all kind of, you know, endorsements and movies and all this stuff, and she was doing the same thing, and you know, she wasn't getting the pushback and things of this sort, and you know, come to find out, you know, Ronda Rousey been passing. You know, her grandfather is black. You know.
Oh damn! I didn't know that. You just
that's a whole nother conversation. That's a whole nother conversation.
What's up,
and I want to point out some key differences. Yeah, I want to point out maybe some key differences in what Champion's Heart was talking about, right? So when you talking about Ronda Rousey, or when we talking about women being quote unquote braggadocious, it's levels to this shit. What are you bragging on? Who are you threatening? Who are you quote unquote competing with or talking shit about in your bragging? Like, okay, Clarissa Shields, if she was just her and I'm the greatest and this and that, and I need my respect and my credit, and I've done things in women's boxing that have never been done, that's one thing. But when you take that and then you start throwing in, and I could go over here and whoop these dudes in men's boxing too, now you didn't win a step too far. That's a bridge too far for most people. So I don't know if Layla Ali was saying that out her mouth. Oh, I could whoop such and such. But and then let's just be honest. She's gonna get the royalty. She's gonna get the royalty discount and benefit of the doubt. First off, she was a heavyweight, so it ain't like if she would have called out some men, she wasn't gonna call out no heavyweight champion men. Talking about she could whoop them. But if she'd have called out some middleweights, we the roll with it. Hey, that's Muhammad Ali daughter. She a heavyweight. If she say she can whoop that nigga, we gonna let her roll with that. But again, she gets a discount. She's boxing royalty. Clarissa Shields, you not that. Alicia Bumgardner, let's talk about her. You too light in the ass for anybody to give a damn. You're a super featherweight. It ain't no man in boxing that you talking about whooping. She can't whoop it no way. She can't whoop nobody that's heavier than you no way. And I don't even know if she's making those kind of comments talking about the men.
Yeah.
And so there you
Yeah,
go.
I don't think she
So
is.
being yeah, and that's the key difference. You can brag and say you the shit. Yeah, you undisputed. You deserve all your roses and other flowers and fruit baskets and shit and chocolate that come with that. Cool. But when you start talking, smelling yourself so much and getting on this outrageous shit of I could whoop a man, I could do this, I could do that, and then to talk about the Ronda Rousey thing. Ronda Rousey wasn't calling out other MMA fighters. She was
Yeah, but
just
didn't
on the
she say she could
bandwagon.
whoop Floyd?
Yeah,
Yeah,
he
but
ain't
that's
MMA.
what I'm explaining. And she was on the I hate Floyd. She was on the Floyd is a braggadocious. He's not that good. He's not this. He's not that. And the fact that, like I said, she didn't call out no white boxers, or she didn't call out
Right.
no other MMA fighters, but she could call out this loudmouth braggadocious ass nigga. Oh yeah, I could whoop his ass. Bitch, if you
And
don't sit
how he
down
shut it
somewhere,
down. And how
what
he
he
shut
say?
it down.
I never
I don't
heard of him.
I don't know him.
I don't
The
know him.
shit was
Right.
funny, like in a nutshell, champion heart. And like I was waiting for y'all to just say what it really is. So I'm gonna say it. And I listen, God, I put this on myself. And active activists know I include myself in this situation. First, I'm gonna leave what Tupac said it best. I was given this world, I didn't make it. Okay. I was given this world. I didn't make colorism. I didn't make slavery. I didn't make men be ashamed, especially black men, be ashamed of black women features that they got themselves, where they got to figure that, they rather have as what's her name, say Miss Thing on her arm or Becky or whatever. I didn't make that world. I was given this world. So there will be things that you can do. Well, my friend Des Black at, there will be things you can do in this world that others can't. That like I have a sister that's like to me, active actors know. There's a lot of things my sister can do that I can't do. I can't get away with. I remember we like a year and a half apart, Champion Heart. I remember when we was young trying to go get jobs. If you line me and my sister up, people automatically trusted her. We didn't have to open our motherfucking mouth. They automatically gravitated to her, trusted her, and guess what? She will break you down to your motherfucking socks. Now, I'm not saying that in a bad way, because some people need to be broke the fuck down, but that's what she would do. I would never do that. You could drop your
Right.
whole paycheck with 5,000 in it. I'm gonna pick it up and hunt you down. I'm gonna sprint a mile to catch up with you and motherfucker give you your money back. That's the nigga I was. Not my sister though. And again, I'm not putting my sister down, but I'm just saying the differences, But I can stand up and say it wasn't me. I didn't do it. And motherfuckers always thought it was me. When I was married, anything my husband said I was about and did, people believed it. They got to know him, and then they got to know me. I couldn't go on no campaign to convince nobody. I just had to consistently be me. And guess what? They will all come back and say, it wasn't you. I'm sorry. It wasn't you. Blah, blah, blah. Even with I remember going against one of my homegirls when we had our babies around the same time. And girls can be cruel as a motherfucker. It was a lot of mess going on. And the guy came to me and said, you should hear how she talk about you, man. It wasn't, and I believed her, but it wasn't you. And then he felt like he wanted to champion me. So I'm just saying, say what it really is. Clarissa, we saw you in the beginning. Remember I told y'all she got 2 gold medals. Everybody I know to get a gold medal come with some millions afterwards. Clarissa
Right.
didn't get that shit. We saw you. You had to do a whole makeover. Much like Venus and Serena, they had to do it. If I was in the limelight, I would have to do it.
Did Clarissa get the Wheaties box? I thought she got the Wheaties box.
I don't think she did because I don't remember buying it. If she or the cornflakes, I'm gonna have to go down. Active activists know I collect that shit. I'm gonna have to go and check because if she made it, I would have been on that shit. But she didn't get
Right.
the millions like everybody else come with it. She was knee deep and started making coins. Then she got her teeth fixed. Motherfuckers still remember that the old Clarissa. Why? That's why I asked y'all point blank why
Was
Alicia Baumgarten
eh,
can do it, but not Clarissa. And then I'm gonna let General Big Fish get in here after you say what you're gonna say. Active. Say the truth. Shame the devil. It is what it is. And that's why she bends the ear of people. Like, because America is not ready, at least America isn't, or the world maybe, is not ready to see women in that light. And that's evidently clear. Nobody was more qualified between Trump and Hillary Clinton. I don't care how you feel about the Democratic Party or whatever you feel. Hillary was the most apt president to be between them two. But they wasn't ready for no woman president. You know what I'm saying? It be like that sometimes. You know what I'm saying? But General Big Fish, you jump in there.
What's going on, Boss T?
What's up? What's up?
Hey,
Hey,
what's going on, brother?
it's
Hey
good.
man,
What's
who
up?
picture you got? Who picture? Is that Mr. Warren?
No comment.
Oh Lord. And it's warm. Where he at
Yeah.
anyway? I ain't seen him in a minute.
Shit. I do not know. I just find the most ridiculous pictures I can find, and then I put them as my avatar. There. I don't know where he at.
Oh, that was a funny day. I remember
But
that.
but but shout out to him though. But
Yeah.
yeah, Boss T. This is a topic that irks me. Clarissa Shields, I cannot stand her, Boss
Mm,
T, and it has nothing to do with her looks. And I've been listening to the conversation and all of that. Everybody has a preference and what they like as far as sex appeal go. In my opinion, my boy Smokey, I 100% co-sign this. The darker the berry, the sweeter the juice. So it's not about her skin color. To me, it's about her fucking attitude.
mm,
Boss T, it's despicable to me. It's like you said. I agree 100%. Just ride on your accolades. You got plenty of accolades and accomplishments. Why do you want to step out of your lane and pick on somebody that will freaking destroy you? Like Keith Thurman is soft to the body for men, but not for women. Miss T, you know
mm-hmm,
what I'm saying? So it's just
mm-hmm,
ridiculous for her to say that. And like it's cool to talk noise, but you have to talk believable noise. So what she's doing is no like nobody believes that but her. And like it seems like she really does believe that. So then when somebody believes something that you know that's not true, like Santa Claus, if you 40 years old and you still believe in Santa Claus, something wrong with you. So
yeah.
that's what it is with me with her. Like Alicia Baumgartner, some I know a lot of dudes that don't think she's sexy. Like she looks, kind of on the manly side as well. Despite forget what her color is. She got a pretty face and all that, but she carry herself in a manly way. So I don't think it have nothing to do with her skin color. In my opinion, it might be for some people. I ain't gonna lie, but just for my personal standpoint, it's just more about delusion to me and just too much cockiness, too much bragging.
And I would say this: especially in my generation, I would think in this new generation, every mother is going to teach their daughter the tenements of being a woman. We all will. And we all will say sometimes a nigga can't hear you because you are judged by your presentation. Like you said, Big Fish, everybody got their preference, but you are judged by your presentation. The trick is to get in the door and change it for the better. We would say that about white people. If they gonna show this white guy favor, and give him all the accolades, give him the job and the raise and all that, he become the boss. Okay, if he know he got it kind of in a weird way or unfair way, okay, he got it. You can't change how people think because sometimes what you think you take action on. But once you get in that position, white man, change it for the better. make it fair. This is how other people get to come along. Because even though if you show me favor, let's say it was a thing where they show dark skinned women favor and I get favor, then guess what? When I get there, that notion's stopping. You ain't getting up in this motherfucking clubhouse unless you got some credentials and you earn your way up in this bitch. I don't give a fuck what they did for me. You got to earn your way. So now I'm just allowing everybody to have a fair chance because my tenement is fairness. It ain't about what you look like in a package you come in. And again, people, what they think, they act on what they think. If everybody just thought what they thought and left it right there, the world wouldn't be half bad. But we humans, we're fallible. We don't just think what we think and leave it right there. Now we got to put something on it. And that's the problem she running into. Remember the Serena and Venus sisters? Both of them, when they came out, that fucking hairstyle was killing the fuck out of me. But I bit my tongue and I said, but look at what they do on that court, right? And now look at them. You throw money at, as I say, throw $1 million at me. I got a laundry list right now of some checkoffs that I'm gonna go do. I'm gonna hit the doctors. I got a laundry list.
I see, and that's another thing, Boss T. I know all the fellas can attest to this. That dark skinned Serena and Venus boy had all the fellas going crazy in them early 2000s.
Yeah, but look
So,
how
so,
look
so,
how the.
but
I'm sorry.
it's oh, no, I'm sorry. I just want to say it's certain demographics that
Right.
it's no need to be said that's gonna look. But as far as us, black people go, black, light skin, it don't matter to us.
Yeah, but you are the minority in this, big fish. I got a friend now. That nigga tell me every day, give me the snappy nappy. Shout out to my boy Big Wit. He be like, give me the snappy nappy. He be like, as long as some snappy nappy around, he gotta have it. I be laughing my ass off. But he was in his group of, let's say, 10 guys. It was him and one other guy that felt that way. All the other 8 didn't feel that way. So that's why I go to the Tupac. I was given this word, I didn't make it.
Well, I wouldn't say that, Miss T, because like my man General Big Fish said, I don't know too many brothers that that wasn't feeling Serena and Venus, and especially Serena, with the body and this type of things that she was wearing, on the tennis court to accentuate her body even more. I think brothers took a lot of slack for things that we didn't even do. White boys was telling her she looked like a man. There were illustrations drawn, in magazines and newspapers of her looking like an ape and things of that sort. And brothers was getting blamed for that, and I don't know too many brothers that even felt that way about her. They were just saying how fine she was.
But they didn't marry her. Whereas you put somebody like, no offense to Baumgartner, that's the only one I can think of right now. Trying to think of somebody like a Vanessa Williams. You gonna hurry up, put the ring on her finger, but you won't marry motherfucking Serena. And Serena went through a plethora. Okay. She went through a plethora of black dudes, and a woman can feel a certain way about all I'm good for is a fuck. That's all you want to do with me? Go ahead.
But Boss T, she don't entertain regular guys that would wipe her up. She entertain guys that has hundreds and thousands of women that ready to do whatever they want. So you're not gonna get wiped up by no guy like that until
that's a good point.
Until you run into the person that's.
No, we lost you a little bit. But Big Fish,
Miss T, tell me where did I cut off? Because my screen was off. I ain't even know it kicked me out the room.
Oh, I don't even know. You was just quiet.
Yeah, I don't remember where you cut off, but yeah, it sure did.
But I was saying about you. You said tell the truth, shame the devil. So it sounds like Big Fish that came in and pretty much said what I said. It is about the marketability. It is certain things in America certain arenas that America is not willing to accept a woman in certain roles, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the go to the Venus and the Serena thing, you're right. They came out. It took America a long time to be their cheerleaders, but they got there eventually. You
Right.
know, the grooming, the media training, the presentation, they
Mm-hmm.
did what they needed to do, and America supported them as America's two top female tennis players. So
Mm-hmm.
cool. They got there. I said that the thing with I say I haven't heard how Alicia Baumgardner speaks, her, you know, her slang, the way that she talks, her accent. You know, does she speak properly? Does she speak with a lot of slang? Does she sound quote unquote ghetto?
She
I
cursed. She cursed
Oh
like
well,
the sailor. She
there
got
you
foul
go.
mouth, but she's cleaned
Yeah,
up a little.
but that right there, that's gonna be a big hindrance to her marketability. uh just like I told you about the guy that I got sponsored, the professional video game player. He was great, but he cussed every other word. I say, dude, you can't get no sponsors because your mouth is dirty. Clean. If you stop cussing, you gonna start making the money. And now he making all the money. So that matters. The thing with Clarissa, right? I'm not gonna necessarily put it on quote unquote colorism. Is her presentation, because she's not an ugly woman. She is an attractive woman. But the
Mm-hmm.
thing is, she's still, her delivery is too rough. You
Mm-hmm.
can you can smooth out the package, but if what comes out the package is still nasty and unpalatable,
Mm-hmm.
just the way that she speaks, she's too hood.
Yeah.
She's too street. She's not, America's not supporting that. And like I said, America is one thing that you could, like a Layla Ali. You could be a boxer, you could be great, but you still present yourself when you're not in the ring. You dressing ladylike, you present yourself as the beautiful, most beautiful, classy woman that you can be. Cool. America can respect that. But if you out the ring and you talking like a whole dude, America don't want to promote that
They don't want to
image
hear
of
that.
this, yeah, of this tomboyism. And the crazy thing is, let a lot of people in America tell it, that's not the image. You know, we talk about the rainbow stuff. You know, that's not the image they want. Oh, we putting out these manly women and we only supporting that and blah blah blah. But let the rest of the world tell it. That's exactly the image that America is putting out. And Clarissa just happens to be in a fucked up space, but she got to decide what she gonna do. She can stay the course and say fuck that. I'm gonna be me, and I'm from where I'm from, and this how I talk. And cool, you make that bed, you lay in it. You get what comes with that. Or you could
70.
say,
Okay. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
oh yeah, I was gonna say, or you could say, hey, I understand what it is. America doesn't like this certain image. I'm gonna have to clean up and smooth out my presentation and become more marketable. And let's see how that works out for me. But it don't seem like she want to change. She wants to be that revolutionary, and she wants to make history. And I'm the one who broke down and kicked the walls, and I shattered the glass ceiling and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, you do that, and that's what she has to understand. People who take that, just like you say about Hillary, you want to be that leader, you gonna take all the darts, the bullets, and the arrows that come with that, and that's what she's getting right now.
Well, 78 explained the best to me. Like I said, I got to keep giving this dude a shout out because a lot of guys haven't touched this subject because it is that kind of taboo. You got to think about it. Domestic violence is real. That ain't nothing to laugh at or play with. You got people in their graves because of that, men and women. You know what I'm saying? So there's nothing to even joke or play about or whatever. But he said, the fuck I want to listen to you talk about how you could beat this nigga or that nigga all the time. Then I don't want to listen to that shit. He said, men don't want to hear that shit no more than women want to hear about a nigga slapping up a bitch. Man, I slapped shit. I slapped the fire out that bitch. Bitch, shut up. Go sit down. Blah, blah. We don't want to hear that neither. Don't,
Yeah,
because domestic
yeah,
violence is what it is. And like I said, it's a lose-lose situation for Keith, especially, but for her too. It will mess up both of y'all brands. I hope Keith never do an exhibition, charity, none of that shit with her. Because why? Somebody gonna make a meme and think about the person that don't got the backstory and know the whole story at large. And they look at that. And what they gonna look at him like? He'll never redeem himself. And I just don't like the bullying. She is bullying this man. I don't like it for anybody. And when you look at, like, Champion Heart spoke to this. When you look at her opponents, you can tell in their face they want to say something. Hun champion. They want to say a lot.
Right.
They know it might not come off right. Because they probably figure, oh, she gonna pull a race card, or she gonna pull this card. They want to say a whole fucking lot. And
Hmm.
if she don't
They
humble
got
her,
PR with them. They got a PR
yeah,
team, and yeah, they got media trainers that's telling them like, yeah, there's certain bottles, certain bottles, certain doors you can't open. You don't step on that landmine.
yeah, yeah, and that's how it is. So I figured, like at this point, I need to address it. Oh my God, here come my girl Destiny Black. I was wondering when you gonna chime in, girl. I'm
Hey,
gonna give
my good
you the
sis.
flow. What's up? What's up? I was
Oh,
gonna
no,
text
What up?
you know
you
what?
and be like, "What's wrong?" I was gonna text you and be like, "I ain't heard from you. You be
I'm not,
disappointed." But
my
go ahead,
bad.
you got the flow.
Hey, good
So
evening, good evening, gentlemen. Miss T,
Hey,
you know
hey,
what?
hey.
I'm not in the habit of telling grown people what they can and cannot do. My thing is, let her. She gonna find out one way or another. Whether if he gonna find out, she gonna find out. Somebody's gonna find out. What it is. Let her be. Let her. She thinks that's what it is. Then let her be great. She'll find out. I mean, I think it's you know, for me personally, I would never want to do that one. I don't, nothing about me likes to be punched. Yeah, I don't like to be punched. I don't want to be punched on, especially by a man. A man that hits very hard that, he's been known to knock out like, what is it, 24 people or 20 people, something like that. She'll find out, let her be great. Don't, let Shorty be great. I'm going to let her be great. Girl, whatever you say you can do. Two thumbs up.
but beyond that, Destiny, I mean, what do you think she like? Active is called palatable. I call it bend in the ear. Uh, General Big Fish says despicable, and Champion Heart said it's nonsense. How do you feel about how she be braggadocious, arrogant, conceited, and all that
I
stuff?
don't, what, that part don't really bother me because all of every fighter is like that. I don't know why women have to have a certain dip, different energy than men because they are in a competitive sport. They are supposed to be competitive, so they do have to take on that certain arrogance. It's kind of the same thing, like females in rap. It's always like ladies to have a different kind of energy. But no, if you're going to be a competitor, you're competing. She wants to be the crown. She wants to wear the crown. You
Mm-hmm.
know, she said like shout out to the bitch with the crown. Let me run it like Chris Brown. So whatever. I'm here for that. Her arrogance or whatever the case may be. That's fine. That's good and dandy. But if she feel like she can hang with a grown man, I'm not here to discourage nobody. Do whatever you think you need to do, my good sis. Go for it. Go be great. Because somebody will find out. And
Yeah.
then once somebody finds out, then maybe they come back around to reality and realize that's not what it is. But
I want her to be great, and I want her to make strides, and I want her to change boxing. And I'm not a boxer; she is. So it's a lot of things I could suggest, and she don't have to listen to me. But I will tell you, like, understand the audience you're in front of right now. And I keep saying America, but this could be worldwide. Don't nobody want to hear that shit. That
the
shit
funniest
is
part
not
is,
reality.
men is keeping women boxing afloat, not women. There's not
Exactly.
women that's keeping, because I don't even watch women boxing, to be honest. It's like certain ladies that I will watch, and I only watch them when they're fighting like certain fighters that I will entertain. But for the
Who do
most
you
part, I
watch?
don't entertain. It's men that's keeping it afloat. So that's what I'm saying. Let her be great. Somebody will find out, and then there's nothing more crazy, nothing more, better than a humbling experience. And that's what happened, with Slow James and Spence on July 29th.
Hey,
There's
what?
nothing more
Hey,
humbling
what women boxers do you support? Which ones do you
than a
watch?
thorough ass whooping. Everybody black, to be honest. There you have it.
I mean, I listen. It's for me. It's like remember when I rode or roasted Chris Colbert back in the day when he
Oh God,
had
Skittles.
all that shit. Skittles when he had all that shit to say about Deontay Wilder, which I didn't understand because I was like, no, dude, you trying to be hurtful and you
Mm-hmm,
trying to talk about him disparagingly and you hurting
mm-hmm,
his brand. You and him would never meet in the ring. So why
mm-hmm,
are you that vocal about the shit? You know
mm-hmm.
what I'm saying? I didn't understand that. Now, if you want to talk about other 130 pounders, or maybe 35, or maybe even 40, go by all means, because it is about the trash talking that makes any combative sports, it hypes it up. But you talk about a man you would never face, and you trying to tear him down. I didn't understand that.
See, see,
So
look,
that's how I
see,
feel about her because you talk about a man, ain't we will never sanction men and women fighting against each other. That ain't
uh,
gonna be the case.
Miss P, I'm here. I'm here for the support. I support Shorty. Yo, I'm gonna let her go be great. Whatever she thinks she can do, send her ass on out there. You know, if she Shorty thinks she can be a damn astronaut, give her ass a damn helmet and a lunch pail and send her ass on out there. Let her be great. I'm not here to discourage no adults. Whatever they feel like they can do, I'm gonna go let them be great. Let Shorty be great. Somebody's gonna find out. I'm telling you.
She
And then
already should know.
and then especially if it's on a national stage, there's nothing worse than being embarrassed on a national stage.
Do you
So
think she bully? Do you think she bullying Keith
no,
Thurman?
no, because nobody is really here for the foolery and buffoonery. Anybody on this panel think this is
You don't
something
think
that
she bullying him?
no? Do anybody want to see that bullshit? Nobody on this panel I don't think wants to see that, and I don't think nobody will even entertain Keith Thurman. I don't like Morris Day. You know I don't like Morris Day,
You got
but
a name for everybody.
yeah, I do. I don't like Morris Day, but I mean, this is beyond ridiculous.
But
Like,
this is bullying. This is why I say bullying.
well, Ronda Rousey did the same thing with Floyd Mayweather. She said she could be
When she
Floyd
was,
until she got in that ring and the boxing chick, knocked her dumb ass out.
but
So yeah,
but Floyd ended that shit when he said, "I don't know him." Like that shit is funny to me to this day. But this is why I say she bullying him. Keith Thurman has never picked on her, to my
never,
knowledge. Never called her out. Never
never
said nothing disparagingly
negative.
about her. None of that. And
That
she's
was
doing
that
all
was
that to
funny
him.
as shit, Miss T.
What? When
I
Floyd
don't
said, "I
know.
don't know him,"
I don't know him.
because I'm like Floyd.
That's how
I
Keith
bet
Thurman
you.
should handle the situation. I don't know why he's even even when people like talk, I wouldn't even answer. I'm like, who? Never heard of. You know how I'll tell you, I'll never heard of him. That's all you gotta do. Like,
When
bro, what is he
Floyd did
doing?
that, when Floyd did that, he shut all that shit down. What he did, kind of smartly, and I don't know if he knew it would turn out that way. He got the men to be like, come to their senses. Don't come ask me that dumb shit. Rhonda is a girl named all day. I don't know how the fuck you say I don't know him. Yeah, but
I
it shut
mean,
it down. It shut it down. She got the fuck up off his back.
and it
You know,
worked, right? And then
Yeah,
she
and
turned around and got her ass knocked the hell out. Like, all that bravado stuff. There's nothing better than a humbling experience. So let her be. Stop discouraging her. Stop discouraging her. You know what? Encourage Keith. Encourage him to take on that challenge. So when she catch that dirt nap, then you know what? And don't nobody feel sorry. Though. I don't want to hear no, oh, woe is her. No, she's cruising for a bruising. So let her get it. Like, let her catch it. Like, Shorty
hey,
can do.
that's why I'm at with it, Destiny. Yeah,
Yeah, let her be great. I'm
Hey,
gonna let
hey,
Shorty be great.
that can only happen in a perfect world. Keith Thurman would get crucified if he
exactly.
No, you're
did
right.
that
He
shit.
could get crucified, but let's be realistic. Nobody thinks like this fight would ever really happen. She thinks because she being there sparring with, you know, the guys that she spars with, whoever she's be sparring with in her gym or whatever, that she doesn't have even not she doesn't know how to. She throws a lot of arm punches. That's why she only has like two knockouts because she don't know how to sit down on her punches. Shorty is bananas. Yeah, she might be faster than Keith because women are usually faster than men. We're faster because we're smaller or
Hmm.
whatever. We don't have as much muscle mass. But let her be great.
Okay, Destiny, I hear you saying let her be great. Then let me ask you this: are you gonna be great to her and go buy a ticket to her fight when she?
Absolutely
Huh?
not. I'm not going to. I do not
Exactly,
participate in foolery.
exactly,
That's what
exactly,
I'm saying. Let
Clarissa.
her be great. That's what I'm saying. Let her be great.
Exactly,
So when there's only two people there, her and damn Keith Thurman, that's only two people that's going to be there. Her and Keith Thurman. Let her be great. I'm
Right.
all
exactly.
here for her.
Facts. Facts. No, you right. You
I
right.
understand feminism, but I'm not into feminazis. Feminazis is definitely strange individuals, very strange humans.
Hmm.
Like there's certain things that I don't want. Nothing about a man I want to be. I don't never want to have a penis. I think that's I would feel very disgusted if I had a penis. So she wants to have one, let her have one.
I
Shit, I
know
don't give a fuck.
how y'all feel with that shit be sticking to your leg and having yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to have a penis. I like being a lady. I
But
like
that's
getting my
why
nails
when
done,
listen
wearing
that's why
makeup, or putting on something sexy. I don't
hey,
want to walk around with damn ugly ass basketball shorts and them damn goofy ass
now
slides they be wearing.
hold on now. Basketball shorts ain't ugly. But hold on. But 78 said it best. He said, what did he tell? Damn, I forgot that. What he said? Oh, he said, she ain't gonna be happy until she pees standing up. That shit
I
was
mean, she
like,
not. She might want to, like, wear a strap on or something weird.
oh Lord,
Whatever
I ain't
Tony
go
want
there.
to do, whatever Tony want to do, I'm gonna let her be great. I don't know. I'm here to discourage no adult. I'm gonna let every adult be great. I'm gonna let you be great.
I didn't say that, by the way. I didn't
If
say
you
that.
think you could walk to the moon, by all means, get to walking. Walk to
What,
the moon, baby.
And,
Whatever you
and
want
you
to do, I'm here to
know,
support it.
go ahead,
this is the
tell me,
crazy
huh?
world that this is the crazy world we live in. Wasn't at one time Mauricio Sotomayor wasn't he talking about letting one of these dudes that's calling himself a woman fight in the women's boxing
Exhibition.
MMA,
Yeah. No,
was it
I think
but
it was
no,
boxing.
this wasn't MMA, this was boxing. He was talking about letting one of them dudes
oh, that Thai,
do that.
that Thai person. They were from Thailand. Yeah, I do remember you talking. They were from Thailand. Yeah,
How
yeah.
about this, Clarissa? Go fight those transgenders that say that they want to compete against women because and I'm not listen LGBT. I mean, what they call them, LGBT community.
LGBT
LGBTQ.
community.
Yeah, don't come for me
Yeah.
because I'm like they believe or they know in their mind that they are a woman and
Right.
they live as a woman. So I'm respecting that. But nature says something different. Once you go through puberty and you develop, that don't change. You can't go
Right.
backward.
You
So
know what, Miss T?
you can
But
fight them.
transgender has been throughout history, though. Like we can go all the way back to ancient Egypt, ancient Samaria. Transgender has been a thing forever. I'm not. I don't really. I mean, if you feel like what, if you feel like you're a goddamn monkey, by all means, be a monkey. If you feel like you're a damn tiger, lion, whatever, bears, oh my, I'm gonna let humans be great. Like they'll find out. Go live off amongst the damn lions and tigers and bears, like the bear dude. He thought, he was one with the bears until that one ate his ass and his girlfriend tore their ass up. So, you know what? I'm all here for humans to do whatever they want to do. They find
I didn't
out.
hear about that.
Yeah,
remember,
they call him
remember
the
that.
bear whisperer or something
Remember
like that.
that.
Go, yo, there's pictures of like literally, what this bear did to him and his girlfriend. Like literally, there was no more thighs. It's like the most gruesome thing you'll ever see. There's pictures on the
Dang.
internet. If
Remember,
you want to look it up, you can go look it up. The little bear
remember,
man. He thought like he was one with the bears, and he went out there with the damn in the wilderness with his girlfriend, and they was a midnight snack. So you know what?
It
hey,
was a
look,
bear that
y'all.
wasn't familiar with him.
Look.
Huh?
That's
Remember
crazy.
that lady in Cal? I think she was in Cali. And then she had a chimpanzee as a
Oh,
pet. And they tell you don't try to tame wild animals and stuff.
uh-huh,
Chimpanzees supposed to be the closest out of all the primates to
uh-huh,
human. So the
uh-huh,
chimpanzees had developed an affinity towards this woman. He went through puberty like y'all men go through puberty, and
uh-huh,
he was a jealous man. Man, they said he ripped her face off.
uh.
Through the shit, but
That wasn't her though. That was her friend that he did
That
that
was
to
her
though.
friend. That was
That
her
was
yeah,
friend
yeah,
who
that was her
ripped the
friend.
friend face off.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
killed her.
but
He, he
he probably was like, She coming over here fucking up my groove and shit. Every time she come over here, my lady friend want to go out and act stupid.
No,
My
what if they said that she had dyed her hair or something weird, right? And he didn't recognize her. And chimps are very territorial. And
oh,
when he didn't recognize him, he went and attacked her immediately. But he already been attacking people before that one. He already attacked somebody before that one. But that and he was very agitated that day for whatever reason. I forgot what I read about it. But it's like you read the story about it, and he attacked the lady because she dyed her hair or whatever. But still, I mean, I'm gonna let humans be great. If you feel like there's been like some lady this year who was killed by one of those damn weird ass snakes, big ass, dumb ass snake that they want to keep as pets, and she was killed by her own pet snake. So I'm gonna let humans be great. And then another dude had what is those monitor lizards? He had seven or eight of them. They ate his ass alive. So I'm gonna let him be great too. So let humans be
look.
great.
My weed man, he collect he like dragons, right? I
Yeah,
don't
you
even
can
want to say
find
he my
out.
weed. Listen, I don't want to say he my weed man, and he ain't my weed man no more. But he
Mhm.
like dragons, right? So you pull up to his house, and he got them motherfuckers sitting in the driveway in front of the garage in cages. Now these are man-made makeshift cages. Man, I toot the horn like he be like, "Come on in, nah, nigga, come to me."
Let him be great.
I
Yeah.
got my foot on the brake, and this bitch is in drive.
Let
I
him
doubt
be
it. Yeah, I doubted this lizard outrun this car because I'm hitting all cars to get the hell up out of there. I'm not going near no damn dragon. You crazy in your head?
You know what it is though? That's why I love my Caucasians because they let us know how everything happens, like with animals,
Oh,
because they're always the ones who they tell us how a bite feels, and
mm-hmm.
because they're like they like to test things out. So I love them. Like you know what? Let
I
us
was
know.
going to give you credit, girl. You say I love my Caucasians. Y'all, I was going to say mark this day down on the calendar,
I do
August
because
25th,
let's see, they do know.
2020.
They teach us some things that some black folks would never fuck around and find out. Because I would never fuck around and find out. I have no desire to go swim with sharks. That's odd. Crocodiles or anything. I don't want any kind of weird pets. Nah, I don't.
Mm-hmm.
I'm Gucci. I am good living
Yeah.
in regular ass.
Yeah, the
But
one thing about trying to keep one of them big snakes is, people think that it's, when it's wrapping around you that, it's just being friendly. No,
loving.
what it's doing is it's measuring you. It's needing to know what it's going to take for him to swallow you whole. You know what I'm saying? Because
Exactly.
he's constricting around you to measure you. That's what he's doing.
Hmm?
Yeah, or like this young girl had a pet snake. She took her snake to, I read this one. She took her snake to the vet and said, my snake, he ain't ate in weeks. He's not eating. And the vet was like, well, what you doing? She said, well, we doing our normal stuff. I take him out the cage. I'm trying to feed him. He not hungry. And he said, are you laying in the bed or anything next to the snake? She said, yeah, he's laying next to me. He said, girl, you better put that motherfucker up. He measuring you,
Right.
like Champion Charge just said.
Yeah,
He measuring you.
exactly.
It's just a matter
Stupidity.
of time.
Because you know what?
Yeah.
The cockiness, the narcissism of humans who think they can, they're the bear whisperers, the snake whisperers, and all these other kind of whisperers. They fuck around and find out. Let them be great. That's what I'm trying to tell you, Miss T. Let Shorty be great. I'm all
Nah,
here for her greatness. If she can,
I worry about Keith Thurman's career because I'm gonna tell you,
girl,
now that we just seen Earl Spence get dealt with. Sorry, Big Fish and Champion Heart. But I said now that we seen him get dealt with, it was Earl Spence and Keith Thurman's rapport back and forth during that time frame that made Keith fall off or fall from grace. That was Earl, and I'm not saying Earl that was his agenda, but Earl probably didn't at that time realize his popularity and how if he jump in the hole, thousands of people gonna follow right behind him. It was the stuff that he said about Keith that made Keith fall off. Now Keith brought some of that stuff on himself because he had them long layoffs and this, that, and the other, and he was blamed unfairly because what wound up happening. Earl had long layoffs too, but that never diminished or made his popularity go down, but it did it to Keith. And she
Yeah, but
jumped
Keith,
through the
yeah, but Keith
Uh,
fence.
held up the division for
yeah,
multiple years.
He
hey,
You
did.
know,
He
hey,
did.
Boss T,
yeah,
yeah,
He
claiming
did.
I did.
injuries and stuff.
Yeah, Boss T, Pacquiao beat him. He went into obscurity. He went over to one of them foreign countries, fell in love, got married, hurt his
Yeah,
elbow. He did like none of his career, in my opinion, had nothing to do with Earl Spence. He just
right.
he fell off on his own.
On his
Mm.
own.
I think it had something to do with Earl Spence too. I'm not saying totally it's Earl fault. I'm not looking at like if it weren't for you, Earl, Keith would have been no. Because like I said, he brought some of it on his own. It's the optics. It didn't look like. But Earl been out 16 months, 17 months at a time for his injuries. Nobody trip on that. Look at Jamal Charlo. Is out what is 3 years now or almost 3 years. So I
Yeah,
mean,
I'm actually
it happens.
surprised they're letting him hold up the division like that,
He
Exactly.
like
using
Keith Thurman
he's
did.
using the new mental health trick. If you say you got mental
Oh,
health
okay.
issues,
No,
they
but to be
can't touch
honest, though,
you.
I do feel like Jamal is going through some mental health issues. Like you could just see it in his eyes. His eyes does not look like they don't look alive. Like he looks like he is. I don't think. I really do believe mental health is a real issue,
Yeah,
and
it is.
I didn't find it funny. I was never one who wants to crack jokes about that Kayla Plant stuff. Because let's be realistic though. He would have felt like a mentally healthy Jamal. Jamal would have dog walked the fuck out of Caleb Plant. I'm sorry. He would have. It
That
is
was
what it
yeah,
is.
Well,
with
I don't know
Jamal. That
about
was
that.
Jamal.
Um,
But here's the
and
thing.
and
I don't know about that because you had what's the brother that slapped
Jared
the other
Harris.
Yeah,
boy.
he got
Jared
slapped when
Harris.
You know what I'm saying? He
he
got
got
slapped
slapped when he was
Yeah.
and
fresh.
yeah,
That's
you
just
know what I'm
how they
saying? All
are.
they about to talk. You know, they
That's
talk
how
all
they
that
are.
bravado
Yeah.
stuff, but as soon as you slap them, they don't do nothing.
but
And
I
Jamal, fine and dandy. He got the mental health. I agree with you, Destiny. But this is boxing. The other
but that's why he's been staying
the
away
other hundred,
though.
but no, but the other 100 people who don't have mental health, how is it their fault? Why are they being held up
No, I
instead
agree.
of
No,
something
I
going on with
100%
them?
agree with you. No, that part I agree with you. Like that belt should have been stripped from him because he is going through some mental health issues. I mean, he's walking outside with pajamas on. Like he literally just does not look well. He's just not right now, and that's okay because it's okay because you're human. Everybody, has a breaking point. Whatever the case may be going on in his personal life, it's none of my business. And I'm not here to judge this man. I'm sorry. I just feel like the Jamal though, Caleb Plant, let's be realistic. Have it been a mentally healthy Jamal, if they was to ever get in the ring, like a mentally healthy Jamal, like the Jamal we know,
Mhm.
versus with Caleb Plant, that would be a fucking shutout. Let's not be ridiculous.
But I would say this: you got then Martin
I
King
don't
makes a
know about
point,
that.
and Champion
Uh,
Heart makes a point. Jared Hurd punked them. That's just the way
Yeah,
they do. Daniel Jacobs punked them. That's just the way
yeah.
they do. That's
Des,
just who
Daniel
they
Jacobs
are.
didn't punch
Destiny,
down.
you can't be talking tough for Clarissa, then
Right.
turn soft for this little Charlo guy. You
No,
tripping.
because the difference is though, General Big Fish, Clarissa Shields is not having a mental,
Let him be great.
breakdown.
Let
She's
him
not
be
having a mental
great.
breakdown. She's not having mental health issues.
Let
She's
him be
having
great.
well, I guess you can kind of say it's mental health because she's being very narcissistic. And I understand what she's saying. Like she wants to be considered like just a great boxer. She don't want to be considered like the woman boxer.
She is, but she don't have to be rude
No,
and
no, no, no,
disrespectful.
no. She's not. Honestly, Miss T, I think that's what she don't know how to go about doing it the correct way. She doesn't want to be considered like one of the greatest women boxers or the greatest woman boxer. She wants to be part of the whole greatest boxers to ever walk. But let's be realistic. Women boxing didn't start happening until like what the 90s, 80s, 90s. That was never
Look,
a thing.
How
it's
old
not
is she?
happening. She's 28. It's not happening
Oh, she don't get no
because
pass.
yeah, it's not happening because first off, she just ain't had enough fights. It's just like how they tried to put Lomachenko. He didn't come out. Oh, I'm the greatest ever. But the powers that be tried to just skyrocket him to boxing Jesus because oh
Right.
man, it's this white dude and he's just great. And this dude became a champion in 9 fights and whatever. Okay, Clarissa Shields, she beat his record, became the fastest professional boxer to ever, become a champion in the least amount of fights. But you got 14 fights on your belt, boo. Like, come on. Yeah, you got your 2 gold medals. That's great. You undisputed and you done what you done, but you only got 14 fights on your belt. Who really gonna take your record and your whole resume seriously at this point? Like, you're not even with your accolades and what you've done. You just don't have enough in the behind you. Your rap sheet just ain't long enough. And that's the part she can't understand. Like, oh, why y'all ain't looking at me like I'm the greatest? Because you only got 14 fights. And like you said, you got 14 fights amongst the same 6 women.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't be six. You didn't be six. You didn't be 6 women in your life, and you want us to say you one of the greatest boxers, not the greatest, one of the greatest female boxers, but one of the greatest boxers ever. When you got somebody like Floyd, like he said, Floyd done beat over 20 champions in his career. You ain't even done that.
Terrence Crawford got more knockouts than Spence had fights. This is before they fought. And that's what I'm saying. She said Muhammad Ali, Floyd Mayweather, and her. If you want to say accolades, Clarissa,
she crazy as hell.
You number 1. If you just want to say accolades, you're number 1. Ain't nobody done what you done, and probably will never do what you done. The gold medal thing is a wrap for anybody that's a professional boxer right now. You ain't gonna never catch that. And then the 3-time undisputed, it remains to be seen. Terrence Crawford can't even catch that. But
I think that's what I was gonna tell you, Miss T, and y'all. I will say this. I feel like truly, I do believe Jamel is gonna beat Cinnamon, but I only feel like he can beat Cinnamon on 2 things. If he do not try to put on all this extra muscle weight, if he goes up there and just, weighs in at his natural walking around weight without trying to do some weird things, because that's what kills fighters a lot of times. It's like they try to match. You don't have to match weight for weight. All you have to do is not worry about maxing, going over the weight or whatever. So if he goes, if he weighs in at 163, 164, whatever, that's fine. That's good. And he's been training with the Guzman dude, the Dominican cat. That was the dude that, helped him win against Castano too. But if he doesn't do those things, if he doesn't, if he tries to go in there and put on all this extra weird ass muscle weight and do all these weird things, he's going to lose. But
that's for you.
He's going to get smashed.
He's gonna lose anyway. He's been out too long.
Anyway, I don't think.
So hold on. So you calling it for Jamel? Big Fish, who you calling it for? And I know you don't like Canelo.
The best cherry picker in the history of boxing is gonna win. This was
Jamel. As long as Jamel goes in there and he's smart about how he gains his weight, he's gonna win. But the thing is, I feel like if Bud moves up to 168, right, and he don't try to put on extra pounds, he just goes in there and he does his, he weighs in or whatever pound. Because Floyd Mayweather never went in at whatever weight class, whatever the weight is, mine is welterweight at that. I think Floyd, the most he's ever weighed in a fight was like 150 or whatever. If Crawford was to do the same thing, like he said he walks around 160 or whatever it is. He goes in there to fight Cinnamon. He will beat Cinnamon on any given Sunday. He's not going to beat 168-pound Jamel though. That's a recipe for disaster.
Champion Hart, who you got, Canelo or
yeah, I'm rocking with with what my man just said. The biggest cherry picker gonna definitely win. You know what I'm saying? What we about to witness is a Canelo 2 is what we're about to witness. Charlo's been out too long. That hand injury is going to be a problem. It's just no way he has a chance. And Canelo's not going to put himself in a situation to lose. This is why he's making him move up 2 weight classes.
Yeah, he is. That's exactly what he's banking on. Exactly what he's banking on. This man moving up. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, champion. Finish. Go ahead, finish, champion.
Yeah, so yeah, he's definitely not gonna beat Charlo. They didn't pay Canelo all that money for him to come in and lose Charlo. You know, that's not happening.
And before you go, Destiny, I want to say this. When they cracked me up, y'all both cracking me up when you said the best cherry picker in the world. Because I've said this, Big Fish, you know I said this. Let me tell you, he has ducked, he has cherry picked. But when I gotta say about Canelo, and I give him props for this, he is so good at what he do, or they are so good what they do, and avoiding fights and all that, because they make that shit look legit. He is very strategic, and Canelo know what he doing. He picked Jamel for a reason. Whether PBC picked him for him, he said yes to it for a reason. That motherfucker signed with them for 3 fights. He ain't signed with them for 3 fights to lose.
Exactly.
Jamel will lose. I'm telling you.
If Jamel,
I think we about to see. He said it's gonna be Canelo Khan too. I think we about to see Canelo Bivol too. As long as Jamel don't stand in there and try to brawl with him. If Jamel uses height and box instead of trying to brawl and slug it out and stay in the pocket with him, it's gonna be Canelo Bivol too.
thank you. That's what I'm saying. Active activist. That's what I'm saying, because Jamel is one of the greatest. You know what? People sleep on his jab. Jamel has a fantastic jab. Jamel also has a very strong neck. And you know what? People don't realize neck and chin kind of goes together. That's why Cinnamon has never been slept. Cinnamon has a thick ass fucking neck.
Yeah.
So does Jamel.
The shock absorber, as Teddy Atlas calls it.
Yes, and then Jamel, he knows he's light years beyond. What's the little buddy named Spence? He's light years beyond Spence with his boxes, because he came from Ronnie Shields first, and then he went over there to Slow James. And now he's back. He's still training with Guzman, and you know, with that Ronnie Shields training. And if he goes in there and fights him like he did Castano Part 2, it's gonna be a long night for Cinnamon and a short night for Jamel. But if he goes in there and try to fight him like he did Castano 1, it's gonna be a long night for Jamel and a short night for Cinnamon. So it depends on what we see, and then what his weight is.
Well, you know, I was talking about that too, Destiny. I don't totally disagree with you, because like I was saying, Jamel got to put that weight on there. If he try, it depends on how he put that weight on. If he put that weight on like most of us do, just be eating and it just catch up with you, cool. Then he could turn that into some shit. But if he put that weight on by lifting weights and stuff, he in trouble, because he gonna be slow like a motherfucker. He gonna be slow like the lasses in January. But I'm
like Deontay Wilder. Deontay Wilder, Tyson Fury 3. That's what he's gonna be like. Deontay Wilder, Tyson Fury 3.
Exactly. Ridiculous. Now, Jamel, to his credit, wasn't always with Derek James. He was with Rodney Shields, and he learned to fight. Because I remember him back when they first started off. He was a boxer. Now, the trick is keeping Jamel in that mindset, because you can easily set Jamel off. All you gotta do is say something to make him emotional, and you don't think Canelo know that shit? Canelo gonna hit him in the arm and break his motherfucking arm or bruise that bitch, and he gonna be mad like, nigga, you ain't fighting fair. Well, do something about it, nigga, and he gonna knock him the fuck out.
Yep.
That's what's gonna happen.
Ego. Both of the Charlo brothers are emotional fighters. So yeah, you're right. If he get in his head and he get out of a boxer's mentality, he gonna get beat up.
That's that Taurus, though. That's that Taurus energy. He's a Taurus, and that's that Taurus energy. And they are very emotional creatures, very much emotional individuals. And that's Charlo's biggest downfall, is that he's a very emotional fighter. I don't even like Charlo. I do not like Charlos at all. I think they're terrible humans, along with Slow James and that whole Slow camp. I think
I got a personal connection, because Jamel used to work with my aunt in Houston before he really started making his money boxing. So I always have supported him. You know, he said some goofy shit along the way, but he's still the hometown hero.
Well,
y'all see what Martin King say? Canelo picked the fight.
Yeah, I was laughing at that.
Right up to the Capitol.
What he say? What he say?
Anybody yard he chooses. That shit is funny, Martin King.
Yeah, that's funny.
Cinnamon's scared about her, right? So Cinnamon's on this whole kick that he's this small, 168 pounder or whatever. That he's on this whole kick, right? And he's trying to make it seem like he's not making Jamel move up 2 weight classes to fight him. So he's already flipping the script that, oh, he's the smaller guy and Jamel's the bigger guy, just in case he loses. I guess that's what it's told.
But Pete Gang, he didn't make Jamel do anything. I get it. Like, I want so bad. This is what I wanted. The Terrence did what he did to Spence. Happy, check. Now I want him to go and get the cheerleader, as he called it, Jamel. But I'm mad because Jamel and Terrence can't get it on. But I cannot blame Jamel for going after Cinnamon, because guess what? That's some lemons. He gonna turn into lemonades if he's smart about it. He gonna get up in there, just the opportunity, just to even make something happen in the fight. He's gonna open the door. You can't pay him less. Look at Caleb Plant. Caleb Plant, since fighting Canelo, it ain't really like he won a whole lot. He beat what's the dude named Anthony Durrell, but it ain't like he winning and winning and winning, and he not gonna win because Caleb don't have a lot of power. But you gotta pay Caleb Plant. You gotta pay that dude just to be in the fight with him. I don't know how long he can ride that shit. I say ride it till the wheels fall off.
That's over. That's over, sir. That's over. After he lost to David Benavidez, that's over. Because a lot of people don't look at David Benavidez as like this great fighter. Because to be honest, David Benavidez is not really great. You're right. He's not
a Hall of Famer at all.
He uses his face as as his defense. I don't know what kind of defense that is. That's some weird defense to me. I don't know how to use your face.
It's good for a 25-year-old, 24, which he still is.
Yeah, but it's still. I mean, that's not a good defense.
For a 33-year-old, you got problems, my man. I said that about the Benavidez brothers and the fucking Brandon Omar Figueroas and all them. They
transgender
for when they young. Huh?
You talking about the transgenders?
Look,
the transgender.
You got all
I mean, but you know what? That's another thing. I'm so tired of hearing about the Inouye person. That human he's not on the pound for pound list. No, because he beat Stephen Fulton, who's a terrible fighter, who's in life and death struggle against a transgender. I don't understand why he's all of a sudden considered like top 10 pound for pound. He's over Bud. Stop the madness.
They was calling him the monster before he fought Fulton.
No, I know they were, but I'm saying though, before he fought Fulton, but Fulton was never that dude. Fulton went life and death with a transgender. He went life and death with a transgender.
And yeah, she calls him transgender, y'all. That ain't me. But I'm just
hey, on that note, I'm gonna get out of here, man. It was good chopping it up with y'all.
No, don't leave though, because he did that young lady. That's a young lady. She wears makeup.
If you, I gotta roll. If you all get a chance, definitely go check out the latest episode of Cooking with the Champ. I did an episode with a couple of kids. I had a good fun doing that episode. We did empanadas. So check it out if you all get a chance. And salute to y'all, man.
Hey, hold on, y'all. Before you go out, Champion Heart, type it in the chat so people can click on it and just go sign up for you. If you can.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Definitely.
But it's called Cooking with the Champs.
Cooking with the Champ. Yeah.
Cooking with the Champ. No ass.
Wow.
Yeah.
Right.
Now I want to point out too.
Right now.
Thanks for coming.
Okay.
I want to point out too. Shout outs to my boy Captain G Fool. That dude put up something the other day I hadn't noticed. If y'all go pull up the rankings, how is Errol Spence ranked number 3, I think, on
the WBC at 154? Yeah, with the WBC 154. Because Miss C, honestly, boxing, Bud explained that, I think it was like even this week or last week, he was talking about how the boxing game would do you dirty. Like, once you're hot, you're hot. But once they feel like you can be a throwaway, they'll try to put you in there with anybody to get you so they can get the maximum money, they can from you, and then throw you away. So they're looking at Spence as pretty much damaged goods, and they're trying to put them in the ring so they could promote the next, hot thing.
No, no, my thing is he hasn't fought at 154 yet,
That's what
correct?
I'm saying, Miss T.
But
So they're
hold on,
trying
hold
to.
on, hold on, hold on.
Okay,
Well, Bud hasn't fought neither, and he beat Spence, but Spence is on the list, and Bud is not.
Miss
So
T.
how
That's
do you
what I'm trying to
explain
explain
that?
to you. That's what they're doing, though. They're putting him on there so they can get him beat out so they can promote the next. So they want to put him in there with like maybe with the Tim Zoo, right? So they're hoping Tim Zoo is going to beat him so they can escalate Tim Zoo to be this great boxer. And that's what Bud was explaining. How they chew you up and spit you out, like these promoters and stuff like that. And these people you think that care about you, they don't really fucking care about you. Like the WBC. That's why when people when everybody
Yes,
criticized
so
Mayweather about the belts and stuff, right?
mhm.
But Mayweather had a point because why are we paying these people these sanctioning fees? And this is what they're doing. They're trying to chew them up and spit them out. How can you get? You're right. How can you be number three? You never fought at 154. You just took one of the worst ass whoopings in boxing history, and you're going to put them at number. Come on, Miss T, you already know what it's about. To
Yeah.
get the most money, so they can get them out of there, so they can promote the next fighter they want to promote, the
Yeah,
one they want to make look
that
good.
seems like they helping them. Let me get some of these chats.
Go
Martin
ahead.
King Boxer said Jamel has to have quick reflexes. This Canelo, aka Cinnamon Savage. Canelo has taken lemons and made lemonades. I always tell y'all that he learned some stuff from Floyd and them boxers because he ain't all the way in his execution a Mexican fighter. From the waist up, the nigga awesome, but from the waist down, the nigga is in molasses. He walking around in quicksand, and that
Mm-hmm.
that and it takes a boxer to beat him. So you right. Marty Key said you getting a Canelo Willy Wonka ticket for a reason. It's exactly. Marty Key said what I don't get is these are all Al Hammond premier fighters just jumping up and waiting instead of fighting they tune up like war. You know what? It's a money grab. I said it. I said it. I said it. I be saying it, and people don't want to believe it. Earl Spence took the money grab when he fought Terrence Crawford. He was backed into a corner. It was and Terrence Crawford taking the money grab too. All of them taking money grabs because guess what? It's time. They know their time is short. They have more boxing behind them than they do in front of them.
But
ATL says
Miss T, the
salute
funny
to
thing is, though,
everybody on
Bud
the
said
panel.
that.
Salute, yeah, he did. Salute to everybody on the panel that was Champion Hart put his thing in. That what ATL said. Champion Hart said you gotta put the link in the chat, Miss T. I can't share it. Okay, I'm gonna try to do it. I ain't good at that stuff neither, Champion Hart, but I'm gonna try. He said, peace to you, man. Thanks for coming through too. Peace
I
at
can't be.
Champion Hart. If anybody know how to go to his page and pull that pen, it never works for me. It don't even have the link thing, whatever. Even when I'm trying to do my own, I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Dan Tan is in the building. Was Papa King said Queen T salute. But yeah, it's a money grab, and that's what Charlo doing right now. Because Charlo figured even if let's say Charlo get up there and he goes the distance and he have a good showing, but Canelo wins, Charlo, you have to pay this man going forward. He will not get nothing less than 8 figures. So I'm not mad at Charlo for what he doing. I so wish that him and Bud would have got into it, but hey, I can't be mad at him for trying to go after the money. He did it for God and country. He done made undisputed. He is going in the history books, whether we like it or not. Hey, by
But
all means.
Last money grab though is not going to be against Charlo or Cinnamon because they have a mandatory rematch clause. So Cinnamon is to lose to Jermell Charlo, which I really think he is. I think Jermell Charlo is going to pull off the upset. This is what I truly believe. I could be wrong. I also thought the Fat Boys would get back together and they never did. So whatever. But but if Cinnamon, asks for that rematch, Bud is not fighting past 36. I do believe that wholeheartedly. So I do believe his last fight, if Spence is to want to pull the trigger, I believe that's going to be their last both money grabs, and I think that's how they're going to go out on is with
Which
that.
I made a point the other day about Boots Ennis being more vocal. He more vocal now than he ever been before. And I say it like this: I don't feel sorry for Boots, and I don't hate on Boots. I like Boots, but I
Mhm.
don't feel sorry for him because he missed two opportunities to fight Bud. That ain't got nothing to do with Bud. That ain't Bud fault. When you so busy trying to you rather Earl Spence, you had the opportunity to petition the WBO. You was right there. You could have got the fight. Then BLK and them try to offer the fight, and you go to Showtime. Talking to Showtime for what? You ain't got a contract with Showtime. You ain't got a contract with PBC. So why would you say no? And now you're gonna cry wolf and act like, give me my shot. Just give me my shot. Nah, nigga, you did that to yourself. What y'all think
Ex-
about that?
Exactly, Miss T. I call him, and one flip flops because if he go out there and fuck around with that grown ass man Bud, he gonna fuck around and find out too. Bud is gonna turn his ass into some and one flip flops or military shower shoes, whatever you want to be. He's not. Yeah, he's gonna fuck around and find out. He doesn't have the skill to pay those bills. And I also said if Gary Antoine Russell is to move up to 147, he will beat his ass at 147 in the pros because certain fighters just have your fucking number. Um, Flip flops does not like inside fighting. He's not good at inside fighting. Flip flops is not good at
I gotta ask you, why you call them flip flops?
because why he's not boots girl, he's flip flops.
Oh,
Boots are sturdy. Boots are sturdy, he's flip flops.
these boots are made for walking.
Yeah, and
That's
that's
just what
exactly
they
he's not.
do.
He's not good at fighting people with good feet, good footwork. That's why he struggled against that Karen dude. And if once Gary Antoine Russell moves his ass up to, Russell weight, he's gonna beat flip flops because certain fighters just have your numbers. It's gonna be Sugar Shane, Vernon Forrest all over again between those two. And I'll put money on that. Like Boots is not this dude. He looks spectacular against these damn basic fighters, kind of like and I never even thought
Like Spence.
but I never thought Spence looked good against these fighters that he fought neither. I never thought Spence was that dude. I always thought he was a terrible fighter. I always thought he was a terrible fighter. And I didn't understand why they thought he could ever hang with Bud in any dimension. It was always very strange to me. I was thinking like maybe I don't know shit about boxing then because I didn't understand how they thought that one. And that's the same thing with they keep saying Boots and Bud. That's going to be the best fight. No, it's not. Bud is going to watch Little Buddy. Little Buddy is not that dude. He looks good against these basic ass fighters he's been fighting, but he doesn't know what he's doing for real. You learned that against Karen because he was so confused against Karen. If Karen had power, he would have stopped
Mm,
Boots in that fight. He would have stopped
mm.
Boots in that fight. But Karen didn't have no power. And Karen didn't understand timing as well as Bud. He's a master of distance and timing. Boots is little flip flops is going. He better stay in his and one area. He better stay in Walmart flip flop section and leave that grown man alone because he gonna fuck around and find out.
Yeah, yeah.
And then everybody gonna be mad at Bud and saying, "Oh, he's picking on some little ass. He wasn't ready." But y'all pushing for it. Y'all cruising for this like y'all was cruising for that Spence beating. Which I would never watch that fight again. That fight was disturbing. I did not like that fight at all, Miss T. At first, when I first watched it, I was enamored. But looking back, man, that fight was disturbing. Like
Mm.
the levels of difference was so. It was even more than what I thought it was. Like I already knew Bubba would wash him. I thought Lee Spence would give him like a good 2, maybe even 3 rounds. A little bit of competitiveness. I mean, being competitive. But
Yeah,
no.
I think this is the link to Cooking with the Champs. I just went to his page. I don't know. Like I told you, I'd be messing up for me. Damn, when the last time? Let me see, make sure I get these chats. Uh you said she might be right. Crawford stated he only wants the big challenges to go in with Zeus as the main boxing elite performer. Are you not entertained? um, Bud wants the Floyd $200 million contract and wants to destroy evil fans and resurrect boxing. But I think if y'all go there, if you type in YouTube Cooking with the Champs, you will see his his page, and I'm subscribed, so I see that, and you'll see all these different little dish. Like I can see the Cooking with the Champs empanadas. Let me pull this up and just see if I can get the YouTube thing for him. Let me see. I'm gonna try
Empanadas
this.
are so good.
Huh?
I said empanadas are so good.
Are they like I've never had them?
You never had an empanada? You know what
Mm-hmm.
I prefer though? Acapulco. That is even better than empanada. That's from Puerto Rico. Man, that shit is fucking amazing. That is the most amazing thing I've ever ate in my life. Good night.
It wasn't until I came into the Navy. That's another link I saw at the top of the page. See, it ain't even hyperlinking. Uh-huh.
Well, it doesn't. I don't know what. You know what, Miss T? It
It
doesn't.
used to. It used to though.
Yeah, but I think I don't. Some people can do it. I don't understand how that works. To be honest, I've seen some people be able to put links.
But you can just go to YouTube and put Cooking with the Champ, no S on the end, and you'll see his page, and you'll see all them dishes. And they look, man, he got me hungry over this bitch. I'm in
Modern
training
King,
camps.
Modern King, do not entertain my foolery. That's why my big sis be ignoring me.
Little flip flop sound like T Tank. T Tank.
Mm,
Yeah, so in the end of the day, I know Clarissa, if you ever listen to this, we was hard on you. We gave you constructive criticism. But we do that with everybody. And I've been holding back because I don't want me, because with females, what we both know, once you start riding females and doing all this hard criticism of them, you can derail any kind of progress that they was doing. That's just how the world is. I was given this world, I didn't make it. So that's why I kind of held back and I try to choose my words. But then again, it's like things are what they are. I can't change it. You can't change it. You can try to push that glass ceiling, but some shit is not acceptable. Now, Destiny said, go on to be great. Do you, boo boo? I say, think about the bigger picture. It's not practical what you're saying. You cannot beat Keith Thurman. Y'all both get in condition. He'll destroy you. You
Miss
cannot
T,
beat every man.
if she can believe, if she believes it, she can achieve it. Let Shorty. Do not tell adults what they can and cannot do. Because you know what? Sometimes the impossible has been possible. You never know. Let her find out. That's all I'm saying. Let her find out. I personally would never want to find out. Like, that's why I never try to be a bear whisperer, swim with sharks, understand crocodile, snakes, or anything else. Because
Mhm.
I know I don't want to find out. But some people do want to find out. So let them
Mhm.
find out.
I
Let them
want
be
y'all
great.
all. I want y'all all to find out about this. Look at your screen. Let me see.
Miss T. Blue
What's up?
just put something out saying Earl Spence first major fight as a promoter, Frank Martin versus Shakur Stevenson. Now, I don't think I think Blue sometimes be doing like like some of the so you can look at the video he's posting or whatever. But I have been hearing something about that fight going on, and if that's what's going to happen, yo, PBC needs to stop crossing the goddamn streets. Every time PBC cross that damn street, they come back with a dirt nap. Stop it.
They need
Stop
to
it.
cross the street. Because the best should fight the best. But before I dive into that, because I heard about that too. Uh, you guys, that's just a few of my t-shirts or whatever.
I got one of her t-shirts, and
Yeah,
they
she
fit.
got one. They fit. Did it feel nice? I got with a different brand of the material, and
Uh
this is
huh.
supposed to be softer. And so y'all see, I got some for Canelo. I'm busy for Charlo, and then of course I'm always have a bud collection, and then
I love it.
got some other t-shirts like Super Kid. I was thinking of teenagers, thinking they super, because they think they the shit anyway. And then that first one, that's the way. That first one, let me see if I got that single. Uh do I? No, I don't, but I'm gonna quickly just show this part. This one
It's
right
the
here. But that one right there, I love it. But you guys can head over to AskMeT51.com and pick out a t-shirt. I keep churning and burning and putting them out or whatever. Go on and copy one. Destiny got hers. How long did it take you to get yours, Destiny?
it was less than a week actually. It was like maybe 3 or 4 days. It was very quick. But so the one I have was the previous, and it fit, just where it's supposed to fit. So I don't know about the new company you're using now, but I,
No, it's the
I'm
same
pretty sure.
company. It's
Oh,
just
it's just
different
okay,
material.
different material. Okay,
And
I'm pretty sure then it's.
I thought about you on this one.
Girl, my TV moving slow motion now. Hold on, it
Uh,
ain't showing me. It
is it
takes
up
a
yet?
good. Yeah, it is. Girl, what does that say? Without my
Anywho,
phone?
anywho,
Anyway, I do say that all the time, don't you?
anywho, I say that a lot too, but it's a high waisted shirt because you was like, Miss C, get some tight fitting, like girl shirts. I do unisex shirts and everything, like
As you
this
should.
one, friends, mirror image, friends, like that. I got let me see this shirt right here. You special, hey, you are. I
I
mean,
like
you
that.
know what I'm saying? So I try to I just I be in here churning and burning. But do go out and check out these t-shirts and everything. It came to her quick. It tells me because the company I use is a couple of places throughout the country. So it must be one in Texas that you got yours pretty quick. Some people it might take 7 to 10 days because they gotta make your shirt on demand. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, so it's
And they
kind of
got
like
to,
same day print and press kind of shit.
well, they got to get the order, and then they assign it to somebody, and that person got to make that shirt on demand. So it's your very own shirt made from scratch. But I make the designs and put it together. Like I said, I did this Canelo joint. I layered it. You see that? I put that layer together. And I, the words, the him on top of that flag and that type of flag and all that stuff. So I did that. Um, but yeah, y'all go over there and get y'all shirt. I will try to have a shirt for every big event. I'm actually trying to make the little outfits that that we wear during Christmas when like the whole family be in the elf look costume or something. I'm trying to do those type things. I don't know if I can find the material, but something because like in my family, we wear the same pajamas on Christmas and we wear it all day. All of us.
Huh.
So, but that's what's up with that. But going back to the Shakur and Frank Martin, this is why I've said a lot of times, stop putting the cart before the horse because Frank Martin got just as many fights as Earl Spence, but we ain't never heard of him until he got with Earl Spence and then training under Derek James and fighting for PBC. So where the fuck was he before all that shit? but y'all looking at him like he's on elite status, and he's not. He hasn't shown us he's elite status. And truth be told, his last fight he lost. And truth be told, and we know if you fight Shakur Stevens, nigga, you done.
I
So
mean, it's just
just
like
take
to
them
me,
years,
it's
man.
every time the PBC crosses that pond. You know what? I have mad respect for the PBC. You know, I'm not one of those weird people that hates the PBC for whatever reasons. You know, because of there's a lot of strange things that goes on YouTube. I mean, I feel like Al Hammond does take really good care of his fighters. Like he does try to protect his fighters as much as he can, which is cool. But they're fighters at the end of the day. You gotta let them spread their wings, win, lose, or draw. And you can't. And when you start protecting them and you start making it seem like, oh, this fighter is so great because they're fighting names that y'all are pushing for, you know, because of Mayweather. That's exactly what it is. It's the Mayweather branding behind some of these fighters. They're not Mayweathers though. Let's not get it
Mm-hmm.
twisted though. Mayweather is he is who he is, and Bud is who he is. Whether Bud was with PBC, you know, Bob Aaron, whoever, Bud was going to be who was going to be.
Exactly.
Um, and that's the thing though. You was protecting, you know, Spence, and y'all was saying Bud didn't have no body. His resume was trash. Which, let's be realistic, there is no fucking way Lamont Peterson, Chris Algieri, Danny
Mm-hmm.
Garcia would have beat
Phil Greco,
Kavalaskis. They would never beat Kavalaskis. They could have
Phil
never.
Greco, any of them, Bundries, none of them.
Yeah, they would have never been able to beat these guys. We know Mikey Garcia ran as far away from Gamboa as he could get. Like he was on his fastest pedal to get away from Gamboa. Um, so I don't understand. Like when they kept trying to say because these names are known. These names are known because these names was pushed upon us. They always discredit these Eastern European fighters. These Eastern European fighters have shown us time and time again that they're nothing to be played with.
Exactly.
The Mean Machine, Kavalaskis. I can guarantee you, he probably would have gave Earl Spence all kinds of hell.
Oh,
That's,
yeah. Because Earl Spence flaws are their flaws. He reaches. His legs are wide.
mhm,
He's off balance. And all Eagles had to do is catch him. Just like
exactly.
Bud. And he would have went down too. Before I get there, let me get this chat. Martin King, you said for real though, real Ali boxes definitely are a brand that at this point I would love to buy a pair of Crawford shirts, sneaks, and I don't know what that's something. Even jackets on some real shit. But you know what? Martin King, you can go into askmet51.com and get you some lovely t-shirts with your favorite fighter on there at a fraction of the cost. My shit ain't $70 and $80. It's like 20 something dollars or 18 or 19. And then you said all boxers are a brand like Nike, Adidas to a true boxing head. Yeah. Go on and get y'all some t-shirts to kick around and all that. Cause I'm gonna tell you, when I went to the Floyd fight, I bought a t-shirt, a hat, some socks, and a poster. The poster was upwards of $40. I can't remember the exact price. A poster, a regular motherfucking poster. I got it hanging in my garage. The shirt was $80. The hat was 70, close to $70. The socks was $25. That's for their gear. They getting that material from the same place I'm getting it. So I'm just saying, I'm just making them for a fraction. Martin King, go over there and y'all hook yourself up. Y'all either cash app a sister or go buy a t-shirt. Where your t-shirt at, Destiny? I ain't seen you in it
Well,
yet.
because Miss T, every time you usually go live, I have to go to work usually the next day. Like,
Mm.
I'm off on the weekends, so I can, catch you on these days. But then, I get, after I take my shower or whatever, I just put on something comfortable. But
Y'all know what? I thought it was Thursday.
no,
Oops.
ma'am, it's Friday. Uh,
God damn.
So
You
yeah, when
see,
I'm off,
all discombobulated.
yeah. You know what? That fight has had. I think that what, Miss T, that fight is it's kind of like bittersweet for me. It's kind of I love the fact that we finally have the answers to what some of us already knew was going to happen. but it's also, it seems like it's the end of an era that's coming to an end. We see it, it's
Hmm.
ending, but it's
Well,
not going to be fighting.
it's not gonna be.
After next year, I think after next year, that's just, whatever happens next year with Bud, that's going to be it.
But you know
Even
what?
with,
It needed to happen.
huh?
It needed to happen.
I know it needed to. That's what I'm saying. It's kind of bittersweet though. And even with Spence, whether you love him, hate him, whatever the case may be,
Hmm.
his it's coming to an end with him too. Like, whether whatever happens, he decides to rematch Bud. If he does not, I just don't feel like Spence is ever going to be the same fighter after that, because
Hmm.
that kind of fight and that kind of performance that Bud put on him, it's going to have a long lasting effect. I don't see him. His boxing history tells us usually, for the most part, 99% of the time, or 98, they don't never, come back for that kind of whooping.
Hmm.
And I don't see
Well,
him coming back. Let's see. Do you?
but probably not. And if he do, he won't be the same. I definitely feel he won't be the same. But I would say this: y'all created that storm, that perfect storm. Y'all created, meaning Spence and Team Spence, as you call them, Slow James and all that. That attitude that they have, that bravado they have, stimulates from him. And PBC, we now know, has been blocking. So while y'all was sitting here besmirching Bud's name, assassinating his character, saying he was ducking, all along it was PBC. And at the end of the day, who fault is that? That would be Earl Spence. Because whose career, who is guiding whose career? It's his career to do what you, like I used to complain, you gave carte blanche to Al Heyman to do whatever he want to do with your career. Now that was what you did. Most people don't do that shit. So they created that storm. We had to sit here and endure it for 5 years. You had YouTube people go from the projects to a house and all kinds of stuff, to three cars in the family, to being able to travel around, making all this money. It you made money off of Bud name. And the silver lining for Bud is to be like, you done made some people rich, Bud, just by being you, being your special you. And that click shit, when you in school, we learned that in high school and junior high. That click shit, that is not the business. Don't nobody like that shit. And that's what Earl Spence and them had down there in Texas. That click shit. People believe, just like they believe about Charlo, that these folks gonna win because they from what? Texas.
Yeah.
That makes sense. I don't look, we had some of the best ball players ever to come out of Virginia. Allen Iverson, Michael Vick. I can go on and on. Do you think that I'm gonna say that they was as great they were just because they from Virginia? Fuck no, I won't.
I tell you what, Allen Iverson's like my all-time favorite basketball player, even above Michael Jordan, and then it's Michael Jordan for me. Like, I
Mm-hmm.
know Michael Jordan is, literally better than Allen Iverson, but I just feel like Allen Iverson never had the team that Michael Jordan had behind him, or the coach. It was literally Allen Iverson against the world. Like, he played every position. He had to do everything. So he's my all-time favorite
He
basketball.
almost had me going into labor when him and the Lakers faced each other in 2001. I remember that day like it was yesterday. That first game, man, I was hollering. I was winning the labor. I was like, sit your black ass down, girl, when you had this baby early. But Allen Iverson is like what, an hour and some change away from where I grew up.
Allen
Well, him and
Iverson,
him and Michael Vick. That is where we go to hang out from where I'm from. And guess what? Just because
Allen
they from
Iverson got that
Virginia.
work though. That's what I'm just trying to tell you, Miss T. Allen
Yeah.
Iverson who got that work. Whew, he could have got that
Hmm.
work.
Well, I feel you. I concur. I concur. Like Boo Boo Anthony could get that work.
Nah.
You
Mm-mm.
crazy, girl. You
Mm-mm.
crazy.
I definitely pass on
Mm-mm.
that one.
You don't see
No.
that one? Mm-mm.
Not
I
not
Boo
he ain't, no, not for me.
Boo could get that work.
Mm,
Hey, Boo Boo.
mm. He's not for me. But I mean, you like what you
Ooh.
like. I'll pass on him.
Exactly.
But
Well, we
he's a
agree on
family man.
Allen Iverson literally took a team with no superstars on it and almost beat Shaquille O'Neal. That's legendary. Yeah, I'm telling you, almost my daughter would have been earlier than July 9th. Been early because I was in there like nigga, yeah, and I was like, sit
You know
down.
what, Mother King? You know, I would get pissed off if anybody say anything against Michael Jordan. But what made me fall in love with Allen Iverson, and I had to just like, you know what, I had to concede when he shook the fuck out of Mike when he did that switch over shit,
Mm-hmm. Broke,
and
broke,
then that damn hit that shot.
broke
I
them
mean,
ankles.
I was mad and amazed at the same fucking time. Like, what the fuck did I just watch?
Man, look, I don't even like watching like basketball and football over again, but I could go watch that first game in 2001 that the Lakers and the 76ers played. AI was on his business that day. He was on his BI. When he stepped over Lou, I was,
Do you remember like
boy,
he ran?
I got moist.
It was I can't remember whatever it was. He like ran like the whole time. Like I think he's like he had a like ankle issues or knee something was wrong with him, and he
Excuse me.
ran the all whatever minutes it was the whole time, and you know he was always by him. He was just that dude by himself. Allen Iverson's just that dude. Like, and he could always got this work. Good night. He could have got this work.
Girl, shit.
He was all
Destiny, I would have had to fight
whew,
you for that work.
first of all, Miss T. First of all,
We would have
he
had to fight for
said
that. We would have had to fight over that work.
we got. Well,
Then,
I mean,
and then
well,
look, it's that kind of work that you'll say, "Well, Destiny, you got them on Tuesdays. Can I get them
okay,
on
Miss
Thursday?"
Sugar. Mhm.
I will share. You know that type of work.
No, I wasn't. No, I'm not sharing though. Sharon's not
Girl,
caring with
shit.
that one.
It's
Woo, the
not,
fun.
but he Allen Iverson. You know he gonna have his choice of the litter and
He
everything.
set my
Shit.
soul on fire. You know who else is setting my soul on fire? And I don't even think he's that cute in the face at all. He's not even my type by no means. But it's just his demeanor and his just
Who?
he's just that dude.
Who?
Colin Kaepernick can get this work.
For real? Oh
Yeah,
Lord.
I just love how pro black he is and how he move and he, girl, he does it for me.
Let me tell you who could really got this work. And I'd have had a string of babies by these motherfuckers. Rakim in his young days, not now. Back in the day, shit, I'd have had a couple of them. And Tupac and MC Brains, girl, you
Girl,
crazy.
Uchi
You
coochie,
crazy. La la la, coochie coochie, yeah,
man, yeah, he could
yeah.
have. But it was only like
MC
with that. With
Brains,
he had
woo.
to have his hat on because without his hat was like a whole issue.
Oh, he had a
Um,
weird head.
and what is it? GI Shazam. Which one? Well, I mean Dino. I think it was Dino or G. Whoever it was from H Town. The lead
Oh yes, God,
girl.
Texas, y'all did that one.
Yes,
Y'all read,
Lord.
listen, y'all grew that one. Got girl, shit. What?
Whew, this
Five babies ain't counting.
well, I don't want to for the kids though, but I just he could have got this work. I
Girl,
don't want nobody baby. I don't even like kids. I don't like them little
see
ashy bastards.
when I say you could have got these babies, that's my I can't express to you how much you could have poured whatever up on me. Nigga Dino, hell yes, them fucking lips.
Girl,
Girl,
just
I would have
his
been
body and the
sucking.
way he look. Lord, he could have got all
Let me
he
get
could have got every
on up.
work he wanted over here.
Yeah.
Yes,
It's me
yes,
and you.
yeah.
It'll be
Stop.
so right. So right.
Mm, he was he was ready to go. He was ready to go.
Somebody rocking, knocking that
Mm,
boots.
yes, I would have rocked. Yeah, he could have did everything he wanted to him
Mm.
and more. Yes,
Mounts
sir.
of pleasure. Cause I'm ready. Oh girl.
Girl, he was
I'm gonna
so
tell
he was.
you. I used to live with this Mexican dude back then. This was my roommate. And we was real good friends.
Mm,
He was like, who is crying? Cause knocking boots like, yeah, yeah. He said, sound like a cat crying on the song. I said, don't you worry about that. That's H saying you don't know nothing about that. You don't
yeah,
know nothing about that.
I mean, stop the madness, sir, because there was no crying going on with that.
Mm.
You know
You,
what? Oh, Big Daddy Kane back in the day, though, he could have been
ooh,
all my daddy.
girl,
Yes, Dad.
girl.
Yes, yes, daddy, yes.
I got what? Raw and oh my God, Big Daddy
Woo,
Kane.
woo.
Good Lord, but still my heart.
Mm, yes, daddy, yes.
I'm clutch. Yes, yes. Hold on. Yes. Look.
Mm, yes,
Big
daddy.
Daddy Kane.
Mm,
Oh my God.
set all
I'm
my little
telling
soul
you.
on fire. Yes, he could have.
Mm. Look at
Big
Martin
oh.
King. I hear you, Martin King. He getting in there. Adina Howard was my crush. You can be my what was it? You can be my
Yeah, that was my yo. She was mad dope. She was sexy as
hell
fuck. That
yeah.
Martin King. Martin King. If I was into, if I like bitches, or I was bitch friendly, she would have definitely been like,
Let me
top
tell
10.
you, everybody was getting their Adina Howard on. I listen. Now it's like we talk about my formative years. Girl, I was in my early 20s when Howard came out. A bitch thought she was Adina Howard. A bitch thought she was Mary J. Blige. I had a couple of them, but my girls of all time is motherfucking SWV. Hey, Coco. Shit.
I
We
loved
all.
SWV when they came out. They was wearing like the little riding, boots and the pants
Mm-hmm.
look. That was all the rave. And then, girl, you couldn't tell me shit. When Jay came out with the damn combat boots and the shorts with the flannel,
Mm-hmm.
girl,
Oh,
you couldn't tell me
Jay
shit.
did that first album.
Yes,
Listen, what you say? Yes,
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 yes.
yes, bitch, yes. YASS.
Mm,
But Adina Howard was you can be my nigga, you can be my something.
yeah. You can.
Don't make me.
I'll be a freak until the day, until the day.
Yeah,
Yeah,
proof,
you
proof.
can. Singing about you to the early morning. What the fuck she was saying? But
Let me
yes,
tell
that was
you,
yo.
y'all
That young lady was fine as shit from head to toe. She
y'all
was
gonna make
fine.
me break out my CD. I got look. The worst thing that
Girl,
happened to
CD,
me.
you still got a CD player. That's what I got to understand.
Listen. Yeah, I do. Cause I don't do a lot of streaming, but my ex husband he stole a lot of my CDs. I wound up getting some back, but you best believe I had my finger on the pulse. And I'm gonna tell you who really could have got this work. Who was my man in my mind at least? The none other than Tupac Shakur. God damn.
No, Tupac, you know what? But Miss T, no. Honestly,
Mm-hmm.
I like Gemini's of like, and I think it's more mental, like it's more,
Mm-hmm.
mental with me because my child is a Gemini. So I
Mm-hmm.
just can't see them in that. And then Tupac was such a controversial individual. Like I just
Girl, that's
know.
side. I'll handle it for you.
No, but
I'll handle it. Handle it.
Miss T, I
Handle
tell you who the God I saw was Malcolm X. And I really feel like it was really because of what Denzel Washington played in the movie, when he was Malcolm
Ooh.
X. And he told Shorty, don't you raise your voice on my house, woman. Because, I have a very aggressive personality and I need a man
Oh,
to.
you say you need a man to check you.
I mean,
I understand.
girl, I just need, somebody to tell me that. And there's just the way he said it and how, girl,
You know, when that movie came out, I did not think that Denzel could play. Cause I was looking at it like he don't really look like Malcolm. And
right,
nigga, by
right.
the end of the movie, I thought that nigga was Malcolm for real.
Man, I'm trying to tell you, like, and he ate that, and then he said that to Angela. Don't you raise your yes? Please, somebody tell me that. Get me
It's,
together.
and Martin King, you gonna make me pull out my Adina Howard? I just seen her CD the other day. Boy, I'm
Uh-uh.
gonna tell you. But and these people that sing today, I don't like all that whining singing. But I guess it's the rave, motherfucking what's her name? The girl from Europe, from UK. Damn, what's that girl that's from Europe?
Adele.
No, not Adele, the black chick, and she real popular in the R&B set.
Mm,
Ah, people were singing her song like boyfriend. What was it, boyfriend?
mm.
Um, y'all
Was she
know
new?
what? No, but is it Melly? Is it? I'm trying to think her
Melody. I
sister.
mean, Melody Fiona. Melody
No,
Fiona.
and she can sing too, but
Y'all
no,
love her.
the girl who's real popular. She done did songs with Chris Brown. She done did a whole bunch of songs, but they be whining. I can't even imitate how y'all. I used to could sing. I'm gonna throw that out there. But my smoking and my throat surgery, I can't sing no more. So I ain't even try. My mama be like, "Shut up, girl." But hey, I remember. I won't never know Whitney, but I could carry a tune. My daughter can sing, so I know. But they y'all
You
know
know
this
who the
girl.
sexiest bitch to me ever though was Patra. Yeah, it's
What?
I'm on the road, motherfucker. That bitch was
Yeah.
sexy as fuck.
Girl, we was getting our Patra. Oh, you hear me? I
Mm-hmm.
remember that up in the
Mm-hmm.
clubs. But yeah, these people they be whining. But you know who I like now? Moni Long or Moni Love or Moni
Oh,
Long. The one that said I can do this for hours and
oh, okay.
hours. That girl can sing. That bitch can sing. You hear
That's
me? I
cute.
love R&B songs.
Mm. My girl is Ari Lennox, though. You know, Shea Butter Baby is my shit.
I ain't heard that. How I go Shea Butter, baby?
Shea Butter Baby by Ari Lennox? Girl, you need to, yeah, I'm gonna need you to get in tune with Ari Lennox and Shea Butter Baby. I promise you. She was like, you just gotta listen to that song. J. Cole is on it, yo. And the shit he was saying, like he was talking about some coming to you raw and shit, and you know how that affects a woman, and you know the energy and all that. That song is mad dope, yo, and the beat is mad dope. Yeah, I like that. She's sexy as shit too. Sister is sexy. That's a beautiful lady. She is beautiful. She is so sexy. I love her. I mean, I love her look. I don't really like her singing voice. She's annoying as fuck. Her voice is very annoying. But as far as her aesthetics, that bitch slays. She is fine as fuck from head to toe. And they say she had body work. Well, whoever did her body work was the best doctor on planet goddamn Earth. Because her body looks fucking amazing. She's an amazing lady. All that melanin she got going on. And Missy, you know what? Y'all about the same complexion with the same like full mouth. That's probably your little sister.
There you go.
I'm gonna tell you.
Let me
She
see.
is gorgeous. She is fine as shit. And I love
Uh,
Chloe Bailey too. She's beautiful too. That's Beyonce's new protege or whatever. Um, yeah. You know what?
what?
A lot of beautiful ladies, you know, that's going on. Reggie Hill's the man. I'm tired of looking
Uh,
at Trey Songs. I want to see somebody else. I want to see
motherfucking
somebody else.
R. Kelly that made them crawl back up in their shells.
Well, I don't even mention Lil Buddy's name. I don't even know who that is anymore. Um, I'm tired of listening to fucking Trey Songz. So he's amazing. Well, he's fine and shit. Nah, that's another one. He invented sex. We can invent it together, baby. So I think you do. I think you invented it too. Oh, he is fine. He from Virginia too. But girl, you know he tried to get into it with Bud. I bet
Did
he's
he?
happy he never, he went, he didn't go down that rabbit hole. Because
Who?
that third nap he was gonna catch was gonna be the end all be all. Mm-mm.
Who tried to get? Man, I'm gonna be mad as hell if I can't even think if I said the name of the song because they was doing that on they were doing it on Facebook like people singing to her song. Some well, I cannot think of what it was about, but y'all know this girl championship or boyfriend. I don't. Ellie Mae. There we go.
Oh, Ella May. Yeah, I
Thank
just said
you.
Ella
Thank
May.
you.
Yeah, she's dope as fuck.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
That
What's
Jesse
up,
Reyes.
Jerry?
I like Jesse Reyes too. With what is it? I think his name is Black Six or Six Black, whatever his name is. They got a song together. Maybe I can maybe I can help you get over them by getting them to me. That's my shit by Jesse
Yeah, we
Reyes.
we we about to end it. Look, Jerry, Jerry to chime in. Welcome to the building, Jerry. Look what he said. Jerry, see you picking. Oh Lord,
Anyway, um,
he
yeah,
said
but
I'm still listening, but damn, Jerry. Yeah, damn, Jerry. Like she ain't say nothing to you. All right.
anyways, girl, thank you, baby boy.
Sick with it. Yeah, Ellie Mae. I don't know why. What's that real popular song she had? I don't
Ella,
know why I
you know
can't.
what you're talking about? She was like, she's like, saying that she ain't mean it or whatever, and everybody they had all these like little jokes behind it. Like, nah, I said what I said. It was something. It was like, it was something you're talking about though. Yeah, Ella May is dope. My
I'm
little
like,
brother be
but
saying she's gay.
she slurs her words. Um, the way these women be trying to sing, I want you to pronounce your words. But you can understand it's just her style, and it could be because of her dialect or whatever. But
Uh,
but in the end of the day, that bitch can sing. And then these women trying to imitate her and be trying to sound like her, and I be like, nah, shawty, booed up. That's what it is.
yeah, boot up. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I love that boot up by her. Yeah, she's
Yeah,
more dope. I do like Ella May. Yeah,
yeah.
I love her music.
Mm-hmm.
I also like I'm trying to tell you, Miss T, you gonna love Ari Lennox. You need to get into Shorty. I also like Solange album. The one that she cranes or whatever, don't touch my hair. That album, she came out along with Beyonce's Lemonade album.
Look, I got it. It's hard sometimes. Like with people different, you just gotta open your mind. Like I like the Terry Lewis from In Vogue when she came out with an album, and I don't know if it did countrywide world success, but it was pretty good. I used to burn the brakes off that bitch. When Beyonce came out with this newest album, I heard the songs for the first time. I didn't like them. My daughter kept playing them and playing them and playing them. Then I grew to like them. And let me tell you, my family members, they go to her concerts all the time. All the
I
time.
got her ticket. My little brother had brought her ticket, right? And he has to go open up one of his restaurants in Boston. So he's gonna give me his ticket. That's happening on September 23rd, girl. This is gonna be my first Beyonce experience. I've always wanted to see Shorty, and I love the Renaissance album. I
But
love this album. Like it's church
yeah,
girl, don't hurt nobody. Girl, she is
when you start listening to it, it's actually pretty good.
man.
Whoever did that for her, who changed it
Girl,
up for her.
that's the gay anthem. That's her gay anthem album. It is so gay, and I love it. Like if I wish I could duck walk and Vogue and all that
What?
stuff, because
Why you
that's
call
that
it a gay anthem album?
because of the tone. I mean, like the tempo and stuff like that,
Uh
and
huh.
then the lyrics, and then she started chanting. She was like, what did she say? She said that she looked a mess. That's very much from the gay community. Yeah, she definitely went. She tapped into her gay brothers and sisters with that
So,
one.
do you got to travel to go to her concert, or it's coming near you?
Where is it going to be in Houston? So yeah,
Okay,
I didn't got to travel. Actually, girl, I can pretty much walk to where it's going to be at. For real,
now
for real. Yeah.
let me
So,
tell you something. Even if you never like her music, and there's some artists that can do this, not everybody. Even if you don't like her music, you will enjoy her show. Her show is so professionally put together. That bitch is bad. Every time I see people posting videos where they at the show, you gotta be on the floor near the stage because that part be wide open. You ain't gonna miss shit because she gonna have a big jumbo screen behind her, so you're not gonna miss nothing. And I'm gonna tell you somebody else who's like that. That y'all would never get. Like I will roll up on this bitch in a minute.
Janet Jackson.
No, well, yeah, I would with her, but Bette Miller, girl, what?
Oh, girl,
I'm
I
a
I
I'm
can't
a
relate
Bette
to.
Miller, I'm a Bette Miller fan. That she's another one that's a whole production of putting on the show. So
Girl,
I
I
like people
can't.
who can put on the show.
I can't get into the senior citizen Jewish ladies.
Girl,
I,
stop it, stop
I
it.
do love her. Though. I do love Bette Miller, and I love what she did with the Wings Beneath My Wind or whatever the fuck
No,
it was.
she got a
Wings,
whole album for the boys after this movie she did for the
yeah, I
boys.
remember the boys from the night, the Baker's Boys or whatever it was
No,
called.
no, no, it's not Baker Boys. It's for the boys.
For the
It was a movie that she did, and she wrote a soundtrack to it. When I tell you the bitch can sing,
what I thought that was called Baker's Boys.
nah, not Baker's Boys. She can sing. That's one white lady that can
No,
sing.
she
If you
did for
like Lady
me, yeah,
Gaga,
but I
shit.
never had to have her album. I never had to have Barbara Streisand either.
Man,
Like
yeah.
I'm good. I'm Gucci on those two ladies. I mean,
Back in their day, it would have been Bette Midler, Tina Turner, who would know how to put on the show. If you went to their concert, your ass got thoroughly entertained.
well, I
That's
would
what it
never go
was.
to a Bette Miller's concert. I can guarantee you that one. And my likelihood of going to a Tina Turner concert was at an all time low too.
Has
That
she
ain't my thingy. Only
hasn't
concert
she
I ever really
passed?
wanted to go to. It's the only two people I've ever wanted to see.
I
And one
think Tina
person,
Turner passed. Rest her soul.
yeah, she did. She did. She passed this year. But
Mm-hmm.
I did go to his concert when I was too little to remember. But I always wanted to like be as an adult was Prince
I
and
went to
Beyonce.
his.
And
Yeah.
Beyonce is my
Listen, I
that's my
went to
baby
the
girl.
Prince concert at 12 years old because it was one of them things. Like I think my sister
Don't
really
rub it
wanted to
in,
go.
bitch.
I think my mom, my sister wanted to go, and it was one of the things like take your sister with you, and I'd be like, hey, we went there. That's when he first started wearing a purple coat. Now it won't Little Red Corvette won't out, but Purple Rain, no, I don't know, but he was wearing a purple coat. I tell you this, it was Vanity Six with him instead of Apollonia.
Yeah, that was either under the cherry moon or that was
No, no,
right after
that
the purple rain.
I
That was
was
right after the
12.
purple
No, I
rain.
was 12. Girl, that won't out by that time. I was 11, 12 years old.
Well, under
Under the
the
cherry
cherry moon?
moon.
Wasn't that was
No,
right after purple rain. Under the cherry moon was right after purple rain, sissy.
but I ain't saying that. But what I'm saying is when I went to the Prince concert, those songs wasn't out yet. If
No,
I was 12, if I'm gonna date myself, y'all. I was born in 71. So when I was 12, it was 83.
1983, that was purple rain.
Okay. So yes, no, yeah, that's those songs won't out. He was still in them jeans and them little low quarter boots with the heels and the
Yeah.
purple. He just started wearing that purple jacket, and
With them
he had
snap on pants down the side.
yeah,
Yeah.
and he had the curly hair and
Yeah.
all that and stuff like I mean
Yeah.
with the Jerry Curl. But
Roger
anyway,
Nelson. Roger
mm,
Nelson.
that was
Yes,
my
girl.
boo.
My mama said,
Yes.
we went to see him in concert. My mama said she took us to see him in concert when I was like two, 2 or 3 years old. Clearly, because that was around Purple
Mhm.
Rain. She she said he was the opening act for Rick James, I believe, or whoever.
Girl, that's another mother that I love the music. I ain't
Oh
want to get
yeah,
with him. I
yeah,
ain't want
yeah,
to get with him, but I remember it
yeah.
was
Because
them,
he was
the
a little
Gap
gay.
band, the Rick James, the Gap band. Girl, I remember them days in the 80s. Girl, shit. That's when I really started getting into music in the 80s. But
Yeah.
anywho, it's 4 hours on. Clarissa Shields, we want you to know we don't hate you, but we had to give you that work. We had to. So I'm just I'm apologizing, but I'm not because if I give it to the guys, I gotta give it to you. Anything you want to depart with, Destiny?
Miss Clarissa Shields, Shorty, go be great. If you feel like you can be Keith Thurman and he's willing to entertain the foolery and buffoonery, go be great, sis. Either you gonna find out, he gonna find out, somebody gonna find out.
Mm-hmm.
Do you, sis? Whatever makes you sleep good and none of my business.
Thank you, Champion Heart, for joining us tonight. Thank you, Active Activist, for joining us tonight, and the Big Fish. And thank you guys. Thank you, 78 TV Sports, for handling that with class. Y'all go check out his he did this video a day ago. It's called Clarissa Shield warns Keith Thurman, tread lightly. And she actually said that. But thanks, 78, for doing it with class. You I gotta say, in all my
I love 78.
years on this earth. I ain't want to say that. I told you I was born in 71. So all my 51 years on this earth. Um, I've never seen a man handle that like with class like that. Most of the time you don't want to hear from men because they're gonna say shit like, bitch need to stay in her lane. Bitch, you want to be a man? Blah blah blah. That's how but he didn't do any of that. He got to the point, he gave good references. And that's what we tried to do. And my sister, you awesome as hell, but you turning people off. So stop the mess. Cut it. How you say it? Cut the madness. Cut it out.
Yes, cut the bullshit. But I love 78. 78 is a mad dope. I think you know, he's never really been super biased with the whole, Bud versus Spence. I always thought
Mhm.
he like, was kind of pretty much down. Although he leaned more towards Spence than Bud, but he was never with the drama and all the other weirdness that was going on with that. I'm so happy that fight is over. I hope
Mhm.
we never have to relive that drama again. Like, I just want to talk about boxing, and I don't want to talk about politics of boxing. I don't give a damn about none of that. I just want to talk about skill for skill. Who you
Mhm.
think will win and why? Not well, because somebody didn't, they didn't have $20 more or whatever the case. I don't give a damn about none of that. Let's just talk about
Mhm.
skill for
Boxing.
skill.
Let's
Yeah,
just talk
because I'm
about the.
not involved in none of that. I'm not a manager or accountant or lawyer. I don't give a fuck
They're
about none of
not.
that.
They not giving you no money. And all these people that's out here after the Spence and Crawford fight, you should have learned some lessons. But all these people out here trying to say what Bud doing and we know Bud ain't talking to you. Like some of y'all out there, y'all don't have no affiliation with Bud. And I'm gonna call this name, and I've rarely call people names. You know that's his manager Marty. Bud do not know you. And I'm going to concur with True Media Boxing USA, Coach Malachi say. I suggest Bud start suing these motherfuckers for defamation of character. And I suggest that Victor Conte sue Manager Marty. I'm sorry, Manager Marty, with all due respect.
Not just him. It's
But
somebody. It's some other people too, though.
it's
It's a
some other
bunch of
people.
yeah. It's
Yeah.
just a bunch of weirdos, and they're talking about some Illuminati, some clones, and
But
some
no,
other
but when he said Bud was on the juice, he was cheating. He says it as a matter of fact. Bud should sue you. If you know something that we don't know, spill it. Get in the court. Say it for the record. And I bet you won't be able to say it. So you was lying to the people.
because they
Defamation of
both
character,
did testing.
slander. I would say, Bud, your next fight, you should take all that money from your next fight or set aside some money now and say this is my suit money, and I would sue everybody that act like they know the truth and they saying things as a matter of fact. I ain't talking about talking bad about you, but when you say you juicing, you're cheating, Victor Conte, your shit is contaminated. It's illegal banned substance. Y'all need to turn around and sue these
But
motherfuckers.
make it make sense though. So they saying like Bud is the only one that he's doing like with weird stuff with snacks. But Devin Haney is also part of snacks.
Mm-hmm.
And he's not been knocking out nobody, right? Because he's been shrinking down to 135 for whatever reasons. Whatever the case may be. But they don't say, oh, he's on snacks and snacks is doing weird things.
Boost is on snacks.
So
I
like
heard Boost
yeah.
is on snack. So yeah, that's why I say if
You
I
saying flip
created
flop?
a brand,
Little
yeah,
flip flop?
Flip Flop is doing snack. I heard. So if I got a brand like Snack and you're trying to slander and fuck my brand up, Victor Conte, you should very well go sue people like Manager Marty because they saying it like they know something. Yeah,
Yeah,
now
because they're
hey,
just mad because their favorite fighter lost in a spectacular fashion. Which again, Miss P, I don't like, revel in that. To me, that was a very disturbing fight for me to watch. Like,
which
at
you
first, like I said, when I first watched it, yes, I was in awe because, but that shit, he looked like he was from out of this damn world.
right.
But Spence just looked like he didn't even belong nowhere near the damn ring. It was
Spence looked like he was shocked. It's like what Bud said. You gonna find out like everybody else find
yeah,
out,
he
and
fucked around and found out, didn't he?
that was the fuck around and find out. Like you talking about Clarissa Shields, she gonna fuck around and find out. But girl, it's almost 4 hours and 30 minutes.
Girl, let's go.
So,
So love you,
all
my
right,
bitches. Love y'all, people.
I.
Good
So
night.
in my Pamela James voice, peace.